Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Europe Let's Cooperate. It's our 11th anniversary of this event, but today we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Policy Learning Platform, and we're going to be broadcasting live until 12:40. My name is Hannah Gore. I'm a communication officer for Interreg Europe, and I'm going to be taking you through this whole experience. I also run the social media for Interreg Europe, so this is just a reminder now that if you're with us live, please tag us. We're on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and X. But I'm not alone this morning. I'm joined by my fellow communication officer, Julie Patnaud. Good morning, Julie. There you go.
Morning, Hannah. Morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, thank you so much for joining me. So we do have a Slido of the welcome poll with people having the opportunity to let us know where they're coming in from today. But in the meantime, could you probably just explain to us, for those who aren't familiar with the Policy Learning Platform, what exactly is the Policy Learning Platform?
That's a good question. Obviously, we'll be talking about this all day, so I don't want to give out too many spoilers. So I'm going to say three things. First, the Policy Learning Platform is the second pillar of our program. So we have projects and we have the platform, the two things that hold Interreg Europe up. The second thing that I want to say about the platform is that it's a platform, it's in the name, for knowledge sharing, networking, and know-how. So that's very important. And the third thing I want to say about the policy learning platforms is that it's a space for European policymakers to get access to know-how from regional development policies and their peers. So experts and peers, that's really what you get from the platform. That's the three things I want to say.
And we do have some statistics for everybody so that you can kind of conceptualize the Policy Learning Platform. Can you just give us some basic numbers?
I can. I brought them here today with me just in case I forgot. But I think for me, the most impressive stat that we have is that just recently we hit our 100th peer review. So a peer review is one of the services that we offer, and we did 100. That is amazing for us. I think that's great. That's the top stat that I want to say. We've also done 300 policy learning events, so lots of events. They're always running, so do sign up if you see anything, any thematic events that you're interested in. We've done over 160 publications, policy publications. So again, look on our website, Google the topic you want, you're interested in, and you'll find just a vast knowledge, a vast library of policy publications. And then, do you want to take the last one, or should I reveal everything?
Yes. So I'll do the last one. As you know, at Interreg Europe, we have a big focus on our projects, and probably if you're familiar with us, you know about our projects. However, the Policy Learning Platform exists to really make the knowledge coming out of those projects accessible. And one of the main services that we offer is the Good Practice Platform. And maybe you're wondering how many good practices we have on our Good Practice Platform. Well, it's a high number.
It is a high number. It's, shall we say it together?
Yes, 3,200.
3,200.
3,200. And so that means that if you are from a region that has a specific need, you can go onto our website and filter by the need that you're looking for, the topic that you're looking for, and look for one of those good practices. So we're about to go into the first plenary session, which is Interregional Cooperation Now and the Way Forward. And then after the break, we'll join you again. And yes.
Good morning.
Let's do it again. Dzień dobry.
Laba diena.
Herzlich willkommen.
Bonjour.
Welcome to Europe, Let's Cooperate.
Europe Let's Cooperate, it's about inspiration, networking, exchanges, all what EU co-financed program Interreg Europe can offer you.
And indeed, Irma, this edition of Europe Let's Cooperate is special because this time, this year, we will be focusing exclusively on the second pillar of the Interreg Europe program, the policy learning platform.
A warm welcome to 450 participants who came today to Krakow from 34 European countries.
Impressive, right? And equally here from sunny Krakow, a very warm welcome, greetings to our more than 700 online participants.
It's a great pleasure, Torsten, to share this stage with you, as you are in the driving seat for many years for all the policy learning platform activities, and it will be great to reflect on the 10-year journey we have made so far.
True, Irma. It's all about teamwork, as you say. Huh? Thanks to your credo, Europe Let's Cooperate, and all your communication activities. Indeed, the program counts more than 20,000 community members, more than 20,000 local and regional policymakers from all across Europe.
You know that I'm a true believer of Europe, and I hope that this number will even grow. That's why we are all here in Krakow, in a very beautiful historical city, a very old university town where Copernicus was studied. And for a while, Torsten, it used to be a hometown, right?
Yes, you're right, indeed. Or small town nearby called Niepołomice. And you know, my sons, they love football, therefore I cannot hold back. I have to express my support for Puszcza, Niepołomice.
Puszcza. What is it?
Well, you know, the town is very small, only around 20,000 inhabitants. But nonetheless, they have an impressive football team playing in the top Polish league, the Ekstraklasa. But you know, even better, Niepołomice is not only good in football, they also have track record in Interreg Europe. So working with European partners, for instance, on regional mobility, on energy efficiency in public buildings. And talking about mobility and buildings, dear colleagues, dear participants, I think we can agree we are here at an amazing venue, an old tram depot, which, if I'm not mistaken, Irma, is on the UNESCO list for its unique architecture.
Yes, the venue that will be filled in the upcoming due days with our exchanges. It can't be a better place to start the policy learning journeys.
So tell our audience, what's concretely on the agenda?
We'll start today with the plenary, and I have many interesting speakers to invite on this stage. And what's then?
What's then? Together with our team, we will tell you more about the services of the policy learning platform, how you can get engaged and benefit.
The afternoon will be filled with the activities you have chosen by yourself.
And then at 5 p.m., we will meet here again, exactly in the main hall in the plenary, to jointly celebrate the 10th anniversary of the policy learning platform.
Our online audience, you have a special program running during the coffee breaks. You should not regret. You don't miss anything. The recording will be available and you can check it also afterwards.
And tomorrow, your policy learning journeys will continue with dedicated thematic sessions and study visit. So experiencing live what Krakow is doing, for instance, on waste management, sustainable mobility and energy efficiency.
Last practical details before we start. Please turn your phones on the silent mode, but do not turn them off.
Exactly. And whenever you gain new insights or you meet new people, make new contacts, do not hesitate to take a photo and post using our social media hashtag.
We will be also using phones to be active on Slido. And via the Slido, we will be taking your questions also to this plenary. And we have several polls already launched. You can take part and few more to come during the day.
I think, Irma, you have perfectly briefed our participants for today. I think the time has come to get started.
Yes, the time is now to start our first session, Interregional Cooperation Now and the Way Forward. The Interreg Europe event, Europe Let's Cooperate, is organized under the patronage of the Polish presidency of the EU Council.
And therefore, we feel honored, we are very pleased to welcome on stage, kindly ask for your applause, for the Undersecretary of State from the Ministry for Development Funds and Regional Policy, Mr. Konrad Wojnarowski. Serdecznie witamy. Welcome.
Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you to the 11th Interregional Cooperation Forum of the Interreg Europe program, Europe Let's Cooperate. Today we have a pleasure of having with us Mr. Sławomir Tokarski, Director for European Territorial Cooperation, Macro-Regions, Interreg and Program Implementation at the Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy. I am also delighted that we have a guest from France with us today representing the Interreg Europe program. A warm welcome to Director Ms. Anne Wetzel from the Hauts-de-France region, the managing authority of the program. I would like to thank you all, the participants of the forum, very much for coming to Poland from different parts of Europe, and also to thank those who joined us online. In Krakow, we will spend 2 days discussing interregional cooperation, which for more than 3 decades has brought people and institutions together across national borders. The cooperation that contributes to strengthening the effectiveness of the European Union's cohesion policy. During the forum, you will have the opportunity to learn about the results of the Interreg Europe program, a program in which partners act for the public good through a strong identification with the places where they work and live. The Interreg program paves the way towards more innovative, resilient and secure regions. This reflects, well, the motto of the Polish presidency, Security Europe. During this year's forum, we also celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Policy Learning Platform, a strategic project of the Interreg Europe program. The platform was created for all those interested in regional development and is a huge resource of knowledge in this field. Thanks to the platform, European partners cooperate on current regional development issues, follow EU process, and gather knowledge on legislation and development trends. Public authorities at all levels can also make use of the special services dedicated to them. I am glad that during the forum, you will realize how extensive this offer to expert support for European region is. May this today meeting result in new contacts and ideas and be an inspiration in your further work on regional development. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now turn to the Interreg Europe program itself. I am very attached to the idea of international cooperation, which reinforces the effectiveness of cohesion policy. The Interreg program improves the effectiveness of cohesion policy by building the capacity of actors involved in preparing and implementing regional development policies. By working together, partners aim to improve the quality of life of their citizens. Projects, including those involving Poland, contribute to improving policies in the areas of, among others, immigrants integration, artificial intelligence, small and medium-sized enterprise sector, green and digital transformation, resilient and secure food supply chains, climate change, or healthcare for seniors. These themes correspond very well with the priorities of the Polish presidency, which include strengthening security in the external, internal, information, economic, energy, food, and health dimensions. I would like to emphasize that the objective of the Polish presidency is to make progress in the enlargement process, both in the eastern direction and with regard to the Western Balkans. I am therefore pleased to see that in the Interreg Europe program, countries aspiring to the EU, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Moldova, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Ukraine cooperate with EU member states as well as Norway and Switzerland on the same basis. International cooperation is particularly important to me, as for many years I have also represented the regional government from the Mazovia Voivodeship. The Mazovian Regional Authority understands the power of interregional cooperation very well and is a strong advocate of the Interreg Europe program. The other Polish voivodeships are comparable in this respect. Polish institutions are happy to take on joint challenges together with foreign partners. Poland is among the most active countries in the Interreg Europe program. In 138 interregional cooperation projects, 118 Polish partners are involved, of which 10 act as lead partners. We also make active use of the Interreg program policy learning platform, including peer reviews designed to meet the current needs of local and regional authorities and central government. Through the peer reviews, public authorities responsible for development policies together with their European counterparts analyze regional development issues of importance to them. In Poland, the subject of the peer reviews have been, among others, the issues of regional development in the context of the conflict on the EU's external border, support for local and regional actors in accessing EU funds, and the transition to a circular economy. I would love to see even more institutions use the policy learning platform tools, which facilitate new international contacts and also provide fresh insights into our own regional development policies. To conclude my speech, as the Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, I would like to mention that the Polish presidency supports the discussion on the future of cohesion policy, which we consider to be the best tool for equalizing development opportunities, counteracting inequalities, and improving resistance to crisis. The document, Position of the Government of the Republic of Poland on the Role of Cohesion in the EU and the Future of Cohesion Policy after 2027, emphasizes also the role and importance of European territorial cooperation. The position states that the European territorial cooperation is a distinctive element of the cohesion policy in building social and economic relations within the EU and fostering good relations with non-EU neighboring countries. Its role in the cohesion policy should be strengthened, including by providing adequate financial resources. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have a very, very fruitful meeting and memorable time in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mr. Wojciechowski for sharing sharing us information about the priorities of the Polish presidency and also his personal experience with the interregional cooperation. I think now we will continue with the program of today. We'll continue discussions to talk about the interregional cooperation now and the way forward. And it's my pleasure to invite two speakers for the plenary discussion we will be having now. The first speaker I would like to invite is a director for European territorial cooperation, macro regions, Interreg programs implementation at the DG Regio European Commission. It's Sławomir Tokarski. Please welcome on the stage. And a warm welcome to the second speaker we will have on the stage. It's the director of the European Department at Hauts-de-France region, the managing authority of the Interreg Europe program, which is the Interreg Europe program, and it's Anne Wetzel. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much, first of all, of joining me on the stage again and coming to Krakow. It's a year ago. We were also together on the stage in Belgium at that time. And we know since at that time we were discussing and shared the joy about the new countries that were accepted to join the Interreg Europe program. During this year, the international context drastically changed. What are your reflections on that, Sławomir?
Well, I'm not sure whether it really drastically changed. Maybe what we saw coming is coming right now. So we see the world which is increasingly dominated by big players relying on projection of sheer power, which somehow questions the Europe's reliance on soft power, which was serving us well for so many years. We see also a sort of societal polarization. I mean, we were talking about puszczenie połomicy before. It seems that sometimes we are belonging to different football fans clubs rather than to the same society. Since I have Anna close to me and I train as a sociologist, I cannot resist quoting or using maybe the notion that was coined by Émile Durkheim, a French sociologist, which was anomie. The situation when the societal bonds and values are eroded because there is a discrepancy between individual ambitions and the societal values. So something like this is happening. We see also that there is a certain erosion of legitimacy of our democratic order. So all this is pretty worrying. And all of this, it also has impact on the EU agenda, right? And I think we even will see today in the documents that will be adopted at the college, the emphasis on defense and security, which is becoming increasingly important. And this is a big evolution. I happened to be head of defense unit when Crimea was annexed, and for the first time, Commission was asked to prepare something on defense. And at that time, we are not sure whether we can fund anything related to defense. So when you ask legal service, the legal service of the Commission told us it is impossible. Big treaties are telling us that it's impossible to fund defense. And now, we are in a very different place.
Yes, true. And from your perspective, how do you see that?
I think I join a lot of what you said. I would be then perhaps a little bit more optimistic and say we see now that Europe is more important than ever. I think we have to stick together as states, as regions. We have to take together strategic decisions, have common answers and objectives, and I think we have to prepare our future together. And I think in these times where we have a lot of doubts and changes going on, we see that the collective strength of Europe is key. I think is this something perhaps also a lot optimistic, because we see that we can make things happen that 2 weeks ago weren't possible. So perhaps a motto for this event too.
It's great to hear optimistic melodies, I would say, in your speech. I can also hear we all are talking, and also Mr. Wojnarowski was mentioning the security, defense. This is something new for the European Union, that budget also has to be dedicated to that. In this context, when we are talking about the changes, where do you see the role of an interregional cooperation program, Interreg Europe, that offers a capacity building for public authorities all around Europe? Slavomir.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to sound pessimistic. I mean, indeed, the good side of the events is that we are really now sticking together, and we have this feeling of belonging to Europe that maybe we were lacking sometimes before. But talking about Interreg Europe and then yes, capacity building, I think maybe I take as a starting point something that was defined as one of the still disadvantages of the current situation, which is lack of power of imagination, meaning that very often we have difficulty of imagining how the things could be done differently. And I think here comes the Interreg Europe, because this is the program which was always built on this capacity to innovate, to find new solutions. And it is something that is particularly relevant in the context of resilience. Well, resilience is defined is coming back to the situation before the disaster, right? So you rebuild the city after earthquake. Maybe now it is defined sometimes differently. We are talking about exaptive resilience that is coming back to the new equilibrium, because world is changing so quickly. And in this sense, learning quickly how to react quickly is of crucial value. And I think there the experience of Interreg Europe, the experience of policy learning platform is really crucial. And I think Anna, you will be talking about it in more detail, but those two examples of policy learning platform on dealing with the results of natural disasters such as drought and forest fires, and probably there will be also a need to share experience and ideas about how we rebuild the place, the territory after the natural disaster, because there is also some sort of limited experience that we have here. Or the policy learning platform on the situation of eastern regions bordering Russia and Belarus, the aggressor countries, which all of a sudden were cut off from the natural hinterland and cooperation partners. This is something where really Interreg Europe can be of help. So resilience, quick learning, but also this capacity to cooperate, which is also now considered to be a good social skill, which we'll be all needing if we really want to confront all those new challenges.
Anne, you heard Slavomir mention some of the examples that were indeed coming from the Hauts-de-France region, where your region was benefiting from those services. So could you tell us a little bit more about it, and from your perspective, where you see the importance of interregional cooperation in those times?
Yes, what we see that if you have a problem, you are confronting difficulties, new ones, a catastrophe, flooding, or aggression, war. There are, of course, long-term solutions, things you get, but sometimes you need like quick answers. And then we experience that Interreg Europe can step in and provide support for a lot of topics in a quick way. In our region, I am a witness of it. We had, Satoshi were mentioning it, we had a really terrible flooding, 2023, 2024, and there were a lot of questions about what we can do, the distress of the inhabitants, questions of rebuilding, and then we decided to ask other regions in Europe how they handled it, what they can tell us, what they can observe in our region, and then help us to find quick answers for this problem. And it was such an inspiring experience, which then also was on the technical and political side, a lot of interest in it. And I will just come back to the example you just mentioned too, for the Warminsko-Mazurski Voivodeship, I'm sorry to not pronounce it so well, reached to the Interreg Europe program to bring together local and regional border territories affected by the war, and to say how can we together face the economic, social, or also security challenges, and with 19 border regions that then gather together and see how they can jointly face the challenges. I think there are really good examples of how in a really concrete, quick way, we can together find answers.
Thank you, Anne, for giving us concrete examples on how Interreg Europe would help. We asked our online audience and also our live audience via this Slido on what challenges they are working or looking solutions for. And I propose we will have a look to the results, what is displayed, and indeed what are the challenges you are in the audience looking. So I think the results should be soon displayed on the screen. We can see what challenges people want to resolve related to the fund perspective, start of circular economy, digitalization, infrastructure, social economy, improvements, energy. What we can see else, we can see the disaster resilience of citizens. So many different topics related to mobility, climate change, etc. And luckily, the Interreg Europe program is the program that covers all the topics, can help the regional authorities in this programming period. And over the event, we will learn precisely how we can provide this help. Going back to us, 2025, the year we are now in, it's a year that is important for the Interreg community because we are celebrating 35 years of Interreg this year. It's also a year, in addition, which is very important for Interreg Europe because we are celebrating 10 years of the policy learning platform implementation. When you need to reflect on that, and because you were very close following this process, what are the highlights for you? What stands out?
First of all, I think just the extension of the program to the 7 EU candidate countries. We could integrate 7 new countries, and the minister was speaking of it just a minute before, in the program and the projects. And I think we are very proud of this evolution. And I must say, sometimes you say Europe is taking decisions that take a long time, but in this program, it was a quick decision of all the member states together. Yes, we want to have this new regions and countries with us, and we now work together, and I think this is something we are really proud of. Another thing I think that stands out is the reactivity and adaptation of the program to a lot of challenges we are ahead of us, and we can see that there are projects, there are the possibility of peer reviews, and the Policity learning platform. We are celebrating the birthday, and it's just not knowledge being somewhere in a platform. It's about human resources, people, and you will meet them, you will be with them, being there, experts that help in a really operational way. And I think that is really important. I think it's a program where you work all together on projects, on issues on the ground in our regions, and I think it's something unique.
And it's really great news I also have to share with you, because you see this very large audience. And in the audience, we have people from all 7 EU candidate countries that joined the program a year ago. Thank you very much to all of you who came, and many of them are also following our event online. Slavomir, when you reflect on Interreg Europe, the history, the past, what stands for you?
Well, I think the first thing that stands for me is this: the Interreg community, the community of people who believe in Interreg and who believe in cooperation, trust, solidarity, in the sense of extending the hand to the neighbor and working with him or her. So I think this is the thing that comes first to my mind. Second, I hope, talking about 35 years, that at least some of you will be with us next week in Gorizia, Nova Gorizia, on the Europa Trg, Piazza di Transalpina, which became a sort of symbol of what Interreg can achieve, because from the place, which was symbolical of the post-war divisions, a small wall of Berlin Wall, it became a place of reconciliation, of cooperation, a place where now 2 sides of the border, they really work hand in hand, to the extent that the cities were awarded this title of European Capital of Cultures, a twin city for the first time in history. We'll have a big cake there with the 35 years on it, and we'll divide it between all the participants and inhabitants. So if you can be there, that would be good. But I think if you remember the history of Interreg, it started as small community initiatives, which was basically about finding jobs for those parts of administration which as a result of internal market was not any longer able to work on the borders. And now we have 86 programs spanning through the whole Europe, and not only, because we are also well beyond in Africa and Caribbean. We are giving hope to our Ukrainian friends on our eastern border. We are active in the Mediterranean. We are helpful in the enlargement. So I think this is a big road and big achievement of which I think we all can be proud.
And thank you to all this community for making indeed it work.
Yeah.
Now, talking, mentioned we're at 2025, on the dates, I think it's clear. It's also a good time to reflect and to see what will be the future. The programming periods we have in European Union and in 2027. So what do we know about the future? What do we know about the future of cohesion policy, the future of Interreg Europe? Slavomir.
We know that the future is uncertain, right?
That's why I'm asking, what do we know?
Yes, I think maybe let's put it like this. What I would like maybe say a couple of words about what we know from the consultations and what is our ambition, and maybe I stop there. Maybe one of the things that I would like to single out from the consultations that we had, and you know, these were the most extensive consultations in the history of Interreg. We had 15,000 people pronouncing their opinion about Interreg, including thousands of citizens, which also shows that Interreg is liked and it's really appealing to the imagination of the people, was that actually a majority of them perceives living close to the border as advantage rather than obstacle. And that is maybe a little bit counterintuitive, because we used to think that, you know, borders, so it's peripheral and so on. All of a sudden people are telling us that the fact that just across the border there is a other way of life, other culture, other languages also makes their life very attractive. And that also means that if we create conditions for those people to exercise this right to stay, they would like to stay, they would prefer to stay. So this is something which also gives us a sense of mission. I think, generally speaking, also people, programs, stakeholders, they like the way Interreg operates and they don't want to touch it. So we are talking here about joint management, implementation of programs. We are talking here about proximity to people. We are talking here about the involvement of local regional actors. And we are talking here also about projects that are close to the people. Because I think Interreg is the program which is maybe the closest to citizens' hearts that exist. So I think this is something which we should respect as a core values of Interreg, and we should protect in the future as well. Having said that, we also see, and I'm talking here about the consultation, there is appetite a little bit for moving closer to people and places, right? So especially young people, when they are asked, they like the idea of small projects. They like the idea of people to people. And generally speaking, there is this interest in the community building projects, because if you are talking about resilience, this is also the way that you create resilience, and where the resilience is the most important. And probably it is also a remedy against all this polarization and so on. Having said that, we cannot ignore what is happening elsewhere and what is happening with the cohesion policy itself, meaning that we have to adapt to some elements of what we called RRF method, the Resilience Recovery Fund. That means that we need to look a little bit what we can do on the side of the reforms. But when I'm saying this, I mean really reforms or changes that are adapted to what the programs can do. So I'm talking here about, joint public transport system across the border, joint ticketing, access to the health facilities on the other side of the border, those little things where we a little bit pioneered the way through our work on administrative obstacles to cooperation and through our work on how the public services can best cooperate across the border. So we have to import some of those elements of result-oriented and linked to reform into the future Interreg, but preserving what is the most important, that is the partnership that was built over 35 years, that created trust, solidarity, and that should remain the cornerstone of Interreg.
Okay, you touched a very important point, and I really liked the invitation that Commission organized the consultations, and we could see how the feedback collected from our community is now reflected in the thinking of the Commission on the way forward. The Commission also has now several open consultations, which we also post and on our website, and invite you all actively to participate and to contribute. As you see here, concrete example, each voice, even a small, it counts for the future of Interreg, the future of cohesion policy, the future of Europe. Anne, a question for you. For sure, we know some elements. I think Slavomir gave some ideas on where we could head, but nothing precise. Maybe we don't know yet what the shape will be of the Interreg Europe program in the future. If you have a wish, a dream, what would it be? How do you see Interreg Europe for the next 10, 20 years?
My dream is that cohesion will be important after 2027, and I thank so much the Minister for what he said and the strong commitment to cohesion, because it's at the heart of the European project and we need solidarity. But I dream that cooperation, which I think is more needed than ever, continues, and that the Interreg Europe program continues and creates and helps EU candidate countries to integrate the European family, and that in this family it helps the regions, the local actors to work together to find new solutions. I think we need so much more cooperation in the next months and years to come. There will be a lot of challenges, but we see it's not a big budget you need for cooperation, but it makes such a difference. So I hope we can work together in the future and make a difference on the ground.
Thank you very much, Anne, for those kind words. We say in my own language, Lithuanian, when you say your dreams loud, they come true, and this is a wish I have. And luckily, we have a Slavomir standing next to you who heard those wishes as well, and we all. So thank you very much for joining this plenary and sharing your thoughts, reflecting on what we did so far and sharing your thoughts about the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we move to the next chapter, let's watch a video where Lucia Seal, a very active community member who was actively involved in the policy learning platform services and now is the project partner in one of our projects, is sharing her thoughts.
Europe is so rich in knowledge, but this knowledge is not spread in the same way across Europe. So you have regions that are highly developed or are having a lot of experience, and we have regions that are literally thirsty to get such kind of knowledge and implement it into their own environment, in their own ecosystem. And it's so important to have this possibility to meet with each other, to talk freely, very openly. I think that's something very important, to have this safe space where you can speak about what goes well, but also about what doesn't go well, so that partners should not repeat also the bad experiences made in the past, and put all this newly created knowledge together for the development and particularly for the improvement of the regional policies.
The messages Lucie just shared, sharing experiences, learning from what worked, learning from the mistakes, that's the core of Interreg Europe program spirit. And now it's my pleasure to invite my director on the stage, Erwin Siveris. Erwin, the floor is yours, the stage is yours to give us all an update where we stand with the Interreg Europe's program implementation.
Yeah, thank you, Irma. And warm welcome also from my side to this 500 participants here. And we heard around 700 participants online. So my part is to give you a state of play where Interreg Europe stands. I think the speakers before me mentioned already what the program is about. The examples were well mentioned. We saw the support from the Minister to Interreg Europe, the Commission, and also the Managing Authority. So I don't need to explain what Interreg Europe is about. You see here where Interreg Europe stands in the big family of Interreg. Interreg family, you see 86 programs under the name of Interreg. Most of the funds go to the cross-border programs. You see here the figures, 2/3 of the funds to the cross-border programs. Then you see a quarter of the funds to the transnational programs. There is the Strands D, which is the smallest, 3%, but a very important priority of the European policy, the outermost regions, to bring them together. And then you have the Strand C, where Interreg Europe is located, with a rather small budget within the family, but we always say small is beautiful, and you don't need much funds for the cooperation, for the exchange of knowledge. We are not building bridges of stone, we are building knowledge bridges. Most of you know that we are serving all 6 priorities of the structural funds regulation, and we have projects well allocated in all these 6 priorities. Most of them, and that's what you see in one of the next slides, are in smart, green and social Europe, but we have also a number of projects in the connected citizens and governments priorities of the structural funds regulations. The program serves all Europe, almost all Europe. You see it here, the EU partner states, EU member states, Norway, Switzerland, who have already been in the interregional cooperation from the beginning of the program. And since 2024, we have integrated the 7 EU partner states, and they were already mentioned. The West Balkan, Ukraine and Moldova are part of the Interreg Europe program. Interreg Europe program. We have 2 activities, the projects and the policy learning platform. Later on, you will get all the information about the policy learning platform. a quick overview what we have already achieved about concerning the first pillar of the program, the project you see here, in which thematic areas the projects are working. I mentioned already smart, green and social Europe. But also is important to see the numbers. We have more than 2,200 project partners in this 263 approved projects. All countries, all 36 countries of the program are involved, and well spread. We have almost 90% of all NUTS 2 regions working in Interreg Europe. So this program brings all regions, almost all regions together, working with each other, exchanging, learning from each other. And this already after 3 calls, we have all the funds committed, which were allocated by the partner states for projects. This shows also the huge interest and the need for sharing experience to learn from each other. And that means also, as outlined below, there are no further calls. This makes me even more happy that even though we cannot announce another call, a fourth call, that still so many participants are coming here to see what the program still offers on opportunities. Telling a little bit what we have achieved on the policy learning platform. You see here also some numbers, policy solutions, more than 3,500 policy solutions, policy briefs, a huge number of policy briefs in the area the program is working, thematic collections which deal with thematic issues where anyone in Europe can get an overview what the program is doing. We have the expert support. All experts are here today. You will see them during the day, today and tomorrow. Get to know them, contact with them. You see more than 100 peer reviews we have already done. Matchmakings, a good number of matchmakings. Policy help desk is another service which is available and it's also well used and bringing added value to the regions which are calling them. The community is the most important. You are part of the community, 20,000 members, more than 20,000 members who are willing to share their experience, willing to know what is going on in Europe, willing to learn from each other. And then a huge number of thematic events. I would also underline how important Interreg Europe is for the cohesion policy. We know cohesion policy is there to help the regions, the less advanced regions, to catch up with the more advanced regions. And Europe, Interreg Europe is an important tool from our point of view to allow this. You see here that we connect, I mentioned already, all regions are connecting in these programs. The less developed regions with the more developed regions, transition regions, they are all working together. And it's also important to underline here that it's also needed to have the more developed regions in the cohesion policy. Money is important, but money is not only the only tool for cohesion policy. You need also to transfer knowledge to the less advanced regions. And this program is the program who helps to provide the knowledge to the less advanced regions, and with the funds available, made available by the Commission, by the European Union, they can use the knowledge from the more advanced regions to catch up. So this is a message we would like also to pass, that Interreg Europe, the interregional cooperation, is a core cornerstone of a successful cohesion policy. Also to mention here, in all the projects, 11% of all projects are already EU candidate countries. I want to mention that, mentioned already, the candidate countries are only since more than 1 year in and are now already responsible or being providing 11% of all partners available. And then Norway and Switzerland as old partners in the program, also 1%, small countries, but still a good participation seeing their size. Also not to forget the outermost region, a special priority in the program. Here we can also report 14 projects are in our program. 8 out of 9 outermost regions cooperating, again 90%, all outermost regions, almost all outermost regions using the program to connect to Europe, to the main Europe. And we had 3 peer reviews already in the outermost regions. Also here, an important tool for the outermost regions to helping them to catch up with the development. We are efficient to commit funds. I mentioned already, after just a few years, we have all the funds committed, 3 calls, underlined here. And here you see in these slides the participation of the countries, of all countries in the projects. And in white, you see the participation of the new countries in our program, a solid interest, a solid participation in approved projects. So this is a very positive surprise, and I can also tell you it is much more than the partner state expected when we incorporated the EU partner states in the program, and a very positive surprise for all of us, the engagement of the EU partner states regions in the program and the interest to cooperate with Europe. Then I would also mention the fast reactivity of the program to current developments. Anne Wetzel mentioned already, flooding was an issue in the Hauts-de-France as a very clear example. And quickly, the policy learning platform organized a peer review in the region, as Anne mentioned, bringing together other regions with similar geographical situation, problems to exchange on their experience. And here, this reach resilience, we brought together the regions bordering the Russian border, and it was done in Olsztyn, an event with, you see here the figures, 21 regions, 60 representatives from all these 21 regions were present to discuss their problems with the fact that the border now is again an iron wall, as it used to be post-war, and how they deal with it. And we will further work with these regions to develop, to help develop solutions in further steps. Why do I do a little bit propaganda for the program here is also clear. It was already mentioned. We're discussing the future. Konrad mentioned it already, how important Interreg Europe is for the future. Thank you for the support. I think Slavek mentioned the importance of the program. So it is important to spread the message. And I mentioned yesterday already when we met the partners, the lead partners of the last approved call, what about the future? Slavek mentioned a few things he could mention. He may know more, but will not torture him to further ideas the Commission has. What we have to do, what you have to do is do the implementation of the activities. If you have projects, do implement the projects. If you want to use the services of the policy learning platform, listen carefully today, use the service of the policy learning platform. We need to show that every euro invested in the Interreg Europe program is a good investment for the European taxpayers, for the European regions. This is what we can do now, and with this results we deliver, I think we are able to convince the policymakers that Interreg Europe post-27 will maybe even stronger than we are today. So with this, I wish you a nice day today and tomorrow, and let us know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erwin, for giving us an overview where we stand with the Interreg Europe. I think the messages are clear. No more calls for interregional cooperation projects in this programming period, but plenty of services and opportunities offered via the policy learning platform. I know you wanted to run from this stage, but let's have a look if we have any questions from the audience. Questions from the audience that were submitted via Slido. Let's have a look. Oh, no, Erwin, it seems you know the future. I mean, how could you know what would be the question on the stage? Because you were just reflecting about it before. What is the future of Interreg Europe? Will it continue in the same manner? Maybe you want to add something in addition to what you said just before.
Yes, I think I can say, no, I cannot say anything. I was joking yesterday, I know everything, but of course it's not true. And even Sławek Tokarski doesn't know everything. I assume you know the situation, the political constraints, the financial constraints. We wish that Interreg Europe continues. I mentioned already what I said. You work on it. We trying to convince everybody that Interreg Europe is important, that Interreg is important. So that's what we can do. Will it continue in the same manner? Yes, it will continue in the same manner. Let's hope.
Yes. So thank you for answering this easy or difficult question. And let's hope we have an, you confirm that we will have an Interreg Europe program. And now it's in all your hands, like Erwin was saying before, to contribute, implement activities, and also to respond to all the consultations Commission is doing in preparation for the future cohesion policy. Thank you very much, Erwin.
Thank you.
We will now take a break and come back afterwards in this plenary to talk about the policy learning platform services. Before we take a break, some important information for you about the badges you are wearing. Pay attention that from the badges you are wearing or the others are wearing, you can know many things about the persons. You will know the name, the country. Also, a red color indicates all the newcomers that came first time for the Interreg Europe event. We are really glad to have you on board. It also indicates the thematic interests you have, as you can find also the icons on the badges. And if you scan the code on the first side of the badge, you can then get information on about the profile this person has in the community, so it's really easy to get connected with everyone. And on the other side of the badge, you have a personalized agenda, so you can see what you have chosen and what is on your agenda for today and also for tomorrow. So, once you are in the break, do not forget to take the photos and share them on social media. Torsten will be back here on the stage at 11:30 together with the policy learning platform team to guide you through all the services. The online program for our online participant is continuing also during the break. Have a nice session together with our great online team. And now enjoy the break.
Hi, everybody. So now we are back to the online studio. Just as a little summary of what we just heard, we heard about the importance of the policy learning platform to support development and cohesion from the Polish Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy. And then we also heard about why interregional cooperation is so important given the complicated global context the importance of European solidarity, and then there towards the end we heard from our very own program director, Erwin Severus, on just some basic facts about the Interreg program and how Interreg Europe fits into the general Interreg family. And now we are going to have an interview with another member of the Joint Secretariat, and that is Hassan Martinez, coordinator of projects.
Hello, Hannah, and
Hi.
good morning, everyone watching from home or from the office.
Yeah, or from the office. So earlier during our introduction into the online studio, we briefly touched on the link between our projects and the platform, but your role is going to be to explain this in more depth. So can you explain what is the connection between Interreg Europe projects and the policy learning platform?
Yes, of course. Well, you know that the program has approved 263 projects in the 3 calls that has organized, with more than 2,200 organizations coming from all 36 partner states involved in the program area. And covering 90% of NUTS2 regions in Europe. So this richness and variety of projects gathering an amazing stock of knowledge and people provide a basic input to design the policy learning platform services. We could say that the projects, the platform capitalize on the projects. We open up all this knowledge to organizations all over Europe that are not involved in projects. And we could say that without the projects, there would be no policy learning platform.
Okay, thank you. And so how exactly do projects contribute to the platform then?
Okay, well, there are different levels. You know that the objective of the projects is to improve regional development policies through the identification, exchange, and analysis, transfer of good practices. So the good practices are the basis for the exchange of experience. Some of these good practices, the best among them, are selected by the thematic experts, and these are then part of what we call the Policy Learning Platform Good Practices Database, which now has more than 3,500 good practices coming from all over Europe that might serve as an inspiration for anywhere working on policy in Europe. There is also the possibility to participate. The project partners participate usually in the activities organized by the Policy Learning Platform, in the thematic workshops, webinars. This allows our partner organizations to enrich their knowledge, to broaden their horizon, and to make them aware that they are not alone in what they do, and that together they can share policy solutions to solve the challenges that they face on a daily basis.
Yes, and as we also mentioned earlier, the good practice database is something that you can really easily access, even just browsing now from your own computer. And so my next question for you is, what are some benefits for the projects to get involved?
Well, the first one is promotion. By being featured in a story or a policy brief, the Policy Learning Platform, with a community of more than 20,000 practitioners, allows to promote your activities, your results. So this is very important to make a promotion of what you are doing in the project. I would say also that how the projects can benefit not only with promotion, is also by allowing to work with like-minded people, as I was saying before, people that is working on similar issues. And this also gives you also networking opportunities. This will allow the projects to connect with other organizations in Europe, and again to enrich their knowledge and their skills in policy, regional policy.
Okay, thank you. And my last question for you is, because it's nice to hear some of these numbers and some of these statistics, but sometimes it's the best to hear a story. You can maybe empathize with the story. What is a story that you might have of this link between the projects and the platform?
Okay, well, I can think, for example, when we go to the projects, I had the opportunity to participate a few weeks ago in Spain, in Murcia, in the south of Spain, the regional government of Murcia, the Ministry of Water and Agriculture. They are working on a project, Go for Water, dealing with water management, and they requested to the Policy Learning Platform to organize a thematic workshop under the title Water Resilience in Times of Floods and Droughts. Today in the plenary, our managing authority talked about this problem. So the Policy Learning Platform organized a thematic workshop. There were projects working on water management invited to come to this workshop. And during a couple of days, they had the opportunity to exchange on the different good practices that they are doing in terms of floods and drought. And we had also the opportunity to visit some of the infrastructures that the government of Murcia has built in the area of Cartagena to allow the reuse of water and to prevent floods, and was really, really interesting. So this is a request coming from one of our lead partners, together with other projects, and that they asked the platform to organize a thematic workshop for them. Another is the other way around. We have sometimes an activity organized by the Policy Learning Platform, like a peer review, that it ends creating a project. For example, we had the region here in Poland of Pomorski, in the north of Poland. So the Pomorski Voivodeship, the regional government, together with the Regional Development Agency, they requested a peer review dealing on how to increase the involvement of actors, local and regional actors in EU research and innovation funded programs. So they had these peer reviews for a couple of days. They had a peer coming from the region of France. And thanks to this exchange and this experience, they prepared a project proposal together. And this project proposal, which is called SmartCom Europe, was approved in the second call. So from a peer review, they managed to now go through a cooperation of 4 years with more funding, with more time to exchange, to discuss, and this was also thanks to this peer review organized by the Policy Learning Platform. So this could be two good examples of the synergies that are created between the projects and the Policy Learning Platform activities that are beneficial in both ways.
And actually, if you stay tuned, you will get to hear what is the rate of satisfaction from people who have benefited from the peer review. It's very high, but I'm not going to say what it is, so you have to keep watching. And also we see here that some of you, okay, how much do you know about Interreg Europe services offered outside of projects? Somewhat. Okay, so you know a little bit about it, but not everyone necessarily has been using this service for many years. So it's good that you're all joining here with us this morning in order to learn more about the Policy Learning Platform and what it can propose. And okay, Hassan, I think now that we are going to launch our next video, which is going to be all about what is the Policy Learning Platform. So you're going to have a little break, a little video, and then keep with us. Stay tuned because we're going to have more interviews to help you understand the Policy Learning Platform afterwards.
Imagine if you could easily find solutions to make your region or city smarter, greener, better connected, more social, and closer to citizens. The Interreg Europe Policy Learning Platform can help you access knowledge about the latest policy trends, discover expert-validated good practices from all over Europe, find solutions in our peer review, get tailored support from our expert team. We can connect you with the right people and organizations. Together, we will find ways to solve your region's or city's challenges. Start your policy learning journey today.
Okay, everybody. Hello again. So we're back again with me, Hannah Gore, your moderator, and this time we have two new faces. So we have with us Luc Schmerber. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, good morning. I'm Luc Schmerber. I'm a thematic expert from the Policy Learning Platform in the area Smart and Social.
Okay. And we also have Elena Mengati.
Hello everyone, I'm Elena Mengotti. I'm from the Department of Culture and Sports of Friuli Venezia Giulia Autonomous Region.
Okay, and you're both here with us this morning and with you, the online participant, to talk about the role that experts play and how regions can benefit from the expert services. So, Luke, my first question for you is, what is the role of a thematic expert?
Well, the thematic expert, like me and my colleagues, I think we're 12 of us, we are the operational arm of the policy learning platform. We work in all the 6 thematic priorities covered by the program, which were presented by Irvin. And we do that in different ways. The first way is that we identify policy solutions which come from the projects, but also from the wider community. And our goal is to make it accessible to all. So policy solutions, typically, it's about good practices. So we screen the good practices from the projects, we validate them, and we publish them on the good practice database. We also draft stories on specific policy achievements by the projects or the regions in general. And we dig deeper in some topics. So we put together policy briefs which covers specific thematic areas requested by the community, and we try to display the different kind of policy solutions which are available. And we also draft learnings from our events, and this is the second way we are active. We are organizing the events which bring the community together, thematic events, and can be online or on-site events like webinars, like workshops, online discussions, when we help the project partners and further stakeholders to exchange on specific policy areas. And the third way is that we are in charge of delivering the expert support to the regions.
Okay, great. And actually, we just had a short Slido poll before where we asked the participants to talk about were they familiar or not with the policy learning platform. And most of them were familiar with the policy learning platform, but they weren't necessarily experts. Yeah, as you are an expert, they still wanted to learn a bit more. So, Alina, I think that your perspective is going to be really helpful. Can you tell us, for you and your region, which services have you used in the past?
Well, thank you, Anna, for the question. My region and myself used several instruments provided by the platform. For instance, in 2021, we were carrying out a project in the frame of Euromed program. And our partner, Regional Development Agency from Sarajevo, needed to identify some good practices at the European level in terms of urban transformation thanks to museums. So we asked for the help of the policy learning platform, and they provided us very quickly with good examples of museums all over Europe, of policy briefs, and of projects developing that team. And so this was really useful for our partner and also for our project, because we learned from that as well. Then we, of course, attend thematic workshops provided by the platform in very specific topics. You know, culture and creativity, from our perspective, is a fast-changing world. So we need to be updated on that. And the thematic workshops are really great from this perspective. And once I also participate as a speaker, so that was interesting. Also trying to tell about our region from a different perspective, and then we used the peer reviews. I was an expert in 2 peer reviews in France, in Marseille and Amiens, and I tried to involve also a partner from a European project, a developing agency from Serbia, that was looking to develop their ecosystem in the cultural sector, and they asked me for advice, and I told them, why not asking Luke and the platform for advice.
Okay, amazing. That is great. It seems like you've had a really wide breadth of experience thanks to the policy learning platform. So now that we understand the role of expert a little bit, can you also just add on and explain how your services really support regions?
Yes, I'll try. I think Elena also provided a lot of information already, and thank you, Elena, for being so active. So basically, all the services I presented before are meant to help, but maybe I can focus on the expert support services, which is not only addressing project partners, but also all the regions and all different kind of policymakers on municipal or regional level. And there are different ways to provide the services and to support, but they all have the same aim, which is to solve a policy challenge. And the three ways we have to do that is the first way is the policy help desk. I guess that's what Elena referred to. So an applicant or policymaker come to us with a request, and we provide on short notice, within a few days, a week or something, an answer with policy solutions, projects, potential partners, good practices who can answer these specific challenges, and this enables a quick start for the applicant. And then we have the match, what we call the matchmaking, which are mostly online meeting, 2 hours, and it's a bit. For instance, it could be a follow-up of a policy help desk. Someone tells us, I would like to get in touch with 2-3 other regions who have a practice who is relevant for us. We organize a meeting for them, we exchange, we help them getting in touch, and this can be organized quite rapidly. And then finally, we have the peer review, which is a more intensive service, is when we tackle with 4, 5, 6 experts over 2 days a specific policy challenge expressed by a region. We mostly go in that region, and we have a meeting for 2 days, and we discuss in a detailed way the different possible approaches to these challenges with the expectation to come up with recommendations. So those are the 3 ways. And I want to insist again that it's open not only to project partners, but mainly to non-project partners, so to every European region and policymakers.
So I think, as viewers now know, what is really kind of helpful to understand from what Luke just explained is that you can invest a few hours of your time, but it can also go up to just 2 days, really, to have an intensive and informative session with the policy learning platform. So there's a really wide range of services. And now, Elena, I have my last question for you, which is, how has your region benefited concretely from these services?
Well, Hannah, it would be a long answer, but to be quick, I would say that, of course, from webinars and workshops, we learned a lot on specific topics. We learned from the policy help desk because it was an example on museums for urban development, and one of our offices in my department supports museums, and thanks to the good practices the policy learning platform sent us, we spread to our museums those examples. And of course, in the end, participating in the peer review allowed me, as I told you before, to tell about my experience from another perspective, the perspective of someone not knowing anything about my region and the cultural and creative industries for economic development, and also learning from other peers, and also from the cities that hosted me. For instance, we applied a supporting scheme for young entrepreneurs that I learned from an Austrian peer. And last time, from the city of Bologna, they gave me an idea on how to create new forms of private and public partnerships with our cultural and creative industry in our region. So these are concrete examples on how the policy learning platform helped us.
Okay. Thank you so much. And so now we are going to launch our next video, which is all about the peer review, a service which you've kind of just heard about now. So stay tuned for the video about the peer review, and then we're going to be back for our last little interview before the second plenary session. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Hello everyone from Lille, I'm Magda. I'm going to present you today what is the policy learning platform of Interreg Europe and what opportunities can offer to you. The Interreg Europe policy learning platform is an amazing tool. It's fully dedicated to regional policymakers to support you with your everyday work. The idea behind it is very simple. On one hand, we would like to exploit the knowledge, the results, the solutions that are coming from our projects and make them available to every region in Europe. On the other hand, we would like also to offer ad hoc opportunities for cooperation for those regions that are not participating in project partnerships. How do we fulfill this mission? We offer you free access to relevant knowledge, to like-minded people, and to high-relevant expertise. So let's dive in a little bit to these three pillars. So far, the Policy Learning Platform has been analyzing our 258 projects that were implemented in the current programming period, and will continue to do this analysis with the new projects. The results of this analysis you can find in our Knowledge Hub. You will have access to the good practice database that gathers more than 2,500 good practices that has been tested in the regions, have been validated by our experts. You will also be able to contact the authors of these practices and have more insights on how they were implemented and why we consider them successful. You will also be able to access and contribute to relevant policy publications. We have policy briefs that they depict the most interesting and innovative results of our projects, but we also have news with the latest trends of the EU agenda. The platform offers also access to people. Our community gathers more than 25,000 practitioners from all around Europe. We organize for them networking, regular networking and policy learning events. We bring together the people with high-level speakers, and we aim to offer you possibilities to increase your contacts and your professional capacities. This is a quite powerful community because it's made up from people who believe in the value of the cooperation and they are willing to share their knowledge and their expertise. Last but not least, the platform offers also expert policy advice and support. Local, regional stakeholders, policymakers will come to us with their policy challenge and they will ask the support of the experts. Our platform experts will look at these specific challenges, at the specific needs of the regions, and they will propose the most adapted solution to you. They will come back to you either through written feedback through our policy help desk, or they will organize for you a matchmaking or a peer review. In the matchmaking, you will team up with peers from other regions, 2 or 3 peers, for 1 or 2 hours on site or online, and you will discuss in order to find those recommendations, practical recommendations that give answers to your needs. Also, we have the flagship initiative, our peer review, where you will be able to meet up with selected peers from 5 and 6 other regions, but also with local stakeholders from your region, and you will discuss through 2 full days, working days, to find hands-on practical recommendations to answer the needs of your region. We have already implemented more than 30 peer reviews, and we are proud to say that we had a 100% ratio of satisfaction from the beneficiaries. So that's quite an interesting experience for you to discover. To conclude, either you are an experienced organization that you know Interreg Europe, or you are a newcomer. Either you are already implementing a project or you are applying for a new project now. Either you don't have the resources to become a project partner, you still can benefit from the inspiration and the contacts and the expertise that the Policy Learning Platform has to offer you. Join us. Thank you.
Hi everybody again. So this time Julie is back with me, my fellow communication officer here at Interreg Europe. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Hannah. Hello, everyone, again. It's good to see you once again.
And so we wanted to launch a Slido for our audience, which is, have you used any of the Policy Learning Platform services? And 60% already have said yes.
That's really good. I mean, we have 3 major services. We have the peer review, which is a 2-day session with your peers on, and you discuss a thematic topic of your choice, a policy challenge in your region. We also have the matchmaking service, which is more of, an afternoon, and then we have, or a 2-hour, I think, a session, and then it's the same principle, but it goes much quicker. And then we have the policy help desk.
Hello,
So if
everybody.
the
really, second
not
plenary
yet
session
developed
is soon
your
going to
idea,
begin.
then you can send an
So
email,
please
and
join us and take a
the
seat.
experts will respond to you with some key facts and some good links, and it's very helpful.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, the thing to know is really that you can kind of invest in the beginning. If you're not sure which service is right for you, you just contact the policy learning platform, and then you're going to find your right fit. However, you might be wondering next, concretely, what can I do to really start using the policy learning platform services? And I'm going to say, hang on until after the second plenary session, because we're going to have one of our team members come in and explain what the next steps are. So we are going to get into that, because maybe that could be a little bit confusing. But again, we're going to go back to some key numbers, Julie.
Yes, while, we had so much fun in our last session, and I got so excited that I went back and I looked for more stats, because apparently stats is my new favorite thing. And so I already talked about how we launched in 2015 and that we did 100 peer reviews, and that was 2 weeks ago. In those peer reviews, that means we've involved around 450 peers. So 450 people were involved in those peer reviews. So that's 450 people that have received capacity building. So that's amazing. Another stat that we talked about before was that we did 300 policy learning events. Do you know how many policy events that is per day or per month?
Why don't you tell me, Julie?
It's 2 to 3 policy events per month. That's an incredible calendar of events. Again, have a look at our website in the events section, and you can see all the events coming up. And then I think, did you talk already about how many people were satisfied with the policy learning platform activities? I think
Yes.
Hassan and you talked about this.
I did a little bit of a teaser there. I said, hang on and watch with us until later to find out exactly what is the rate of people who are highly satisfied with the policy learning platform services, because I myself just learned this number very recently, and I was really impressed by the rate, which you're going to tell us in a second. And I think it really demonstrates how strong our services are, and also how much you gain to benefit from joining the policy learning platform. So, Julie.
And that number is, drum roll, 88%. That is an incredible satisfaction rate for our peer review and policy learning activities. So the last stat I wanted to share with you was that 98% of our peers, our beneficiaries in our peer reviews, found it useful in their daily work. That means that after this 2-day meeting with people that have similar problems, similar challenges as them, they went back and they worked on these issues again, and they found it so useful in their daily lives. It really made a difference in their region. So go on our website and have a look, and if the peer review is the right thing for you. And maybe you're not ready to do a 2-day meeting, but we also have the matchmaking session and the policy help desk. These are great places to start. The platform is there to help you. So really, really do have a look and see if the services are right for you.
Yeah. Okay, everybody. So we're now going to get ready to go into our next plenary session. Our next plenary session is all about the policy learning platform. So you're going to hear more about the platform services, how you can benefit from them. And then, as I mentioned, at the end, we're going to be back in the online studio once again. And we're going to have concrete next steps, what to do, how to really take the chance to benefit from the policy learning platform. So on that, I think that we're going to wish you a very good plenary session. And I'll see you, and we will conclude the online event at 12:40 today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So welcome back, everybody. We know coffee breaks are important, networking is important, but we have some important information to share about the platform. Therefore, please come back, join us again in the main hall. I think we wait for 2 more minutes before we get started again. So, welcome back. Let's take our seats. And we promise there will be more networking opportunities today. No worries about that. Okay, so once again, welcome back. And we know many people perceive the coffee breaks as the most important moments of such events. And of course, Interreg Europe is all about networking, getting to know each other, sharing experiences. We promise we will have more networking breaks during the day. But we heard about the policy learning platform from our keynote speakers. And in this session, we would like to tell you in a bit more detail what is the idea behind the policy learning platform. What is the platform about? Who is behind the platform? And most importantly, how you can benefit, how you can get engaged in the platform. Slavomir Tokarski and Wetzel already underlined some of the key assets we are having in the platform: quick access to knowledge, quick learning, adapting to changing policy needs, changing learning needs. These are some of the buzzwords preparing the ground for our presentation, which I'm happy and I'm glad to share with my esteemed colleagues. I would like to ask on stage Elena Ferrario, my deputy and our senior thematic manager. Mark Pattinson, our leading expert for innovation. And Astrid Severin, who is one of our leading experts for the green pillar of our work. Welcome, dear colleagues. So indeed, Elena,
yes, sir.
If people hear Interreg, they often think, this is about funding for cooperation project, which of course holds true for already more than 35 years, as we have learned. But for us in Interreg Europe, Interreg is more than funding. So maybe you can tell us in a bit more detail, what is the idea behind the second pillar of the program, the platform?
Thank you, Torsten. Yes, of course, and good morning to all of you. So the platform was born from a very simple but powerful idea. As you heard and as you know already very well, Interreg Europe co-finances hundreds of projects and brings together thousands of people actually working on regional development policies. And the program team has thought of this wish to share the work of the projects to the widest possible public and actually to keep the results of the projects well beyond the lifetime of each project and to make these results visible to anyone interested in Europe. So this is how the platform was created, as a knowledge space that reveals somehow the treasure of the projects. The treasure means practitioners of regional development policies. It means good practices. It means results of the projects. And with the platform, we accompany policymakers in their daily work. If you're working on the design of your regional mobility strategy, for instance, or you are trying to implement measures to prevent flooding in your region, or you are looking into techniques to evaluate and monitor your smart specialization strategy, for instance. That's how we can actually help you by providing good ideas, inspiration coming from mainly Interreg Europe projects and their good practices. And how do we do that? We offer a number of activities and services, and we like to organize this type of activities in three main categories that we call knowledge, that we call people, and that we call expertise. Knowledge, this is about all the content that we have, that exists out there. People, the platform is made thanks to the contribution of all of you. And in return, what you get is to connect, to exchange with one of the, I would say, widest community of policymakers in Europe. And expertise. On top of all this, you get the possibility to access for free expert support services tailored 100% to your needs. And now maybe let's dive a little bit more into the juicy details of all these activities. And maybe I ask my colleague Astrid to tell us a bit more about the policy solutions.
Okay, thank you very much. Elena has already said to us that the projects are producing a lot of wealth in terms of knowledge, good practices that are featuring policy solutions. And these good practices are really the backbone of our work at the Policy Learning Platform. So first, they are stored in a good practice database, and many are validated by us, the thematic experts that they are all going to meet today here. Over the years, we have accumulated over 3,500 good practices, and they're available on a wide range of policy areas. So you can find good practices on research and innovation, on SME policy, on social issues, on citizen participation, energy and mobility, of course, but also biodiversity and climate adaptation. We also use them, as you can see here, to produce thematic materials such as policy briefs, webinars, stories. We're featuring there the thematic policy context and many of the related good practices. So maybe you can put the next slide. All the material and the good practice database are available on our portal and can be found under policy solutions. You can search the database per subject, for example, smart, green, connected, social, citizens, and governance. Or you can also search by country if you're interested what is happening in your own country or somewhere else. So I would now ask her to launch a little video so that you can see how this works.
For me, it doesn't work. So.
You can keep
no.
So
here we have it.
So here it comes. So if you want to find a policy solution, for example, for active mobility in Germany, you can filter down on zero carbon urban mobility and then click on Germany in the map. And here you can hover over a couple of regions. These are NUTS 2 regions in Germany, and you can see what active mobility solutions they are offering and scroll down to the results. And then you will find these cards on good practices. You can also, of course, search for thematic publications, webinar recordings, and you here see some examples like a story on citizen-oriented future of cities and regions, or a policy brief on youth entrepreneurship, or a webinar on recording on waste prevention. So that's for my part.
The clicker doesn't click.
Okay. Exactly. But as we heard this morning, all this knowledge you have been describing, concrete solutions and good practices, they are not somewhere in the cloud. Indeed, they are in our online database. And one of our community members actually told us, well, I would love to have some kind of smart search engine for regional development policies. And now we may all think about another online database, another online tool. But I think what makes the platform special, we are not only about online tools, but we have the power of a dedicated team, Elena.
Exactly. So this is really what makes the platform unique. And it's our team, and in particular, the team of thematic experts. You see their faces on the screen, but the good news is that they are not only on the screen, but they are here, present physically in this room. And you will get the chance today and tomorrow to meet them, to talk to them, to get to know them. And I would like now maybe to ask the team of thematic experts to stand up, please, and make yourselves visible to the audience so that they see who you are. They also carry, thank you. They also carry a nice pin where you will read, it's written, ask me, and that's exactly what you need to do. You have to ask them any question, regional development policy related question, throughout the day, because they will be very happy to answer any doubt that you may have on our activities.
Mm-hmm. And equally, staying with the notion of an engine, of course, we need colleagues for the thematic manager. Elena, luckily you are not alone. You have Antoine with you. You have colleagues spreading the word, building partnerships, our communication colleagues. You have the coordinator of the policy learning platform, Magda, working at the JS hand in hand with us. And not to underestimate, because they may reimburse your travel costs, for instance, if you're a speaker at one of our events, our administration team. Therefore, I ask our management team, our coordination team to stand up as well.
Voilà.
So now turning to you, Mark, we hear Interreg Europe, the policy learning platform, is very much about people, about our community.
Yeah, thank you, Torsten and colleagues. To be honest, even with the best team in the world, we're the best one in Europe, it would be useless without you, the community. I mean, you fill the rooms on a regular basis, you join us online. So I think we heard from Sławomir Tokarski, he used the word community several times, and Wetzel also talked about you. So the power of Interreg Europe is you, the community. And you can see from the numbers on the screen here, it's not just dozens, it's not just tens, it's tens of thousands. And the power of knowledge sharing is what I and the team, the experts, but also the core team, and let's not forget our colleagues at the Joint Secretariat who run the projects that you are delivering. And I think Erwin highlighted a very good point that this program delivers thanks to your ability to implement the projects that create the knowledge that others can benefit from, and we can help find the synergies and complementarities. You've heard from Eleanor and Astrid, many different services, and we're going to try and share some of these ideas with you. Coming to the events, is important because it enables you to take another step towards cooperation. Getting a face online is one step. Getting a shared moment and coffee and swapping stories is an important part of creating sustainable cooperation. So the events online are deemed to build this knowledge, and you recognize this slide. The events calendar gives you insights into what's happening. And if you haven't been able to join us at a webinar, a thematic workshop, you can always find recordings, you can always find the key messages online. So there's two reasons to sort of look at this page, because you can capitalize on what others have done for you, but also participate. Torsten reminded you sometimes we even pay you to come to these events for your travel, and it's important for us to use these events to showcase your experience and your project. Our friends also talked about the capacity building exercises with the 7 new member states. Elena, you highlighted it. And we're delivering, and we were with the colleagues, in particular Arnaud, we were in North Macedonia a couple of months ago, doing the first capacity building exercise for the 7 new countries. So we'll continue doing that. Take you back a few months now. This short video, if you could launch, is the workshop, again, face-to-face we held in Ghent, where all 4 thematic areas were present. So hopefully the video will appear. Yes, I think, well done, Ghent. As you can see, when the policy learning platform team travels, we always bring sunshine. Just look outside. March, sunshine in Krakow. Ghent, we even had a swimming pool brought. So come to our events. Right. You think sat there, it's fun, you know, they're doing all the work up here. Now it's something for you to do. If you paid attention when Irma was giving you tips and tricks on how to connect, I'm going to give you another path for you in the room, but also online, so you can play this game online as well. So, community, meet your neighbor. So now you're going to have to talk to the person next to you. 2 ways of doing this. I'll give you the, imagine you're not in the room to do this, and then the shortcut. Meet your neighbor. You go to this, the Interreg website, which is, I'm sure it's all in your, so get your smartphones out. I should have said that. Have a look at your smartphone. Connect to the Interreg Europe website. Look at the menu, top right-hand corner, and you'll find Meet Our Community. Then you can, once you get to that point, you can then come to the element that says members, and there you type in the name of the person who sat next to you. So this is where you have to interact. There is a shortcut. But online, you can do the same thing because you can access the registration list for this particular event. This is what you can do on a regular basis when you meet people or you want to connect with people from a project. Now, the shortcut, if you've listened to Irma, I haven't got my badge anymore on me, but I have a virtual badge here. Look at the QR code, click on it, and then you'll see the profile of the person that you're sat next to. So that might be the quickest way of doing it. Why are we mentioning this? One is to enable you to continue connecting on a regular basis. But secondly, for those who realize now that the photo you've uploaded was when you were 18 years old and it doesn't look like the grey beard I now have, or you're still wearing the same jacket, Mark, often the case, this is the time to update your profile, make the information relevant, make it useful for those people who want to connect with you. But that lies at the heart of the work that you can do to reach out. You don't need to just wait for us to organize events, to facilitate cooperation on site or online. So meet your neighbor. You can continue doing that all day long with your badges. So I think we can let you carry on doing that another minute or so, just to connect and smile with the person next to you. If you're sat next to your best friend or your policy expert, you might learn a bit more about them. Who knows? Well,
20 seconds. And then
I will not Google you now.
Yes, I'm next.
So indeed, Mark, I see many colleagues discovering their neighbors, maybe discovering themselves, maybe the photos. Of course, we are not getting older, we are only getting wiser.
More mature, better, like good wine.
And I think you well triggered good talks for the next coffee break.
Yep, definitely.
But now we see one of our experts here pointing at you. This is Luc Schmerber, dealing, for instance, with the development of SMEs, dealing with creative and cultural industries, dealing with labor market policies. We already heard the platform is about access to knowledge. Now it's difficult to get the attention back.
That's the trouble.
Let me see.
Let the beast loose.
This works. So as I said, no intention to interrupt any discussions. Plenty of new food for thought for talks during the next coffee breaks. But let us still look at the third pillar of the platform. So we already learned from Astrid about the first pillar, access to knowledge. You underlined, Mark, the power of the community, access to people. And the third pillar being access to expert support. But what is important to stress, as we said, it is about you, the community, like-minded colleagues from across Europe working on similar topics, similar challenges, finding better solutions if they put their heads together. So expert support for us does not mean an expert coming telling you what to do, but moderating, facilitating exchanges between policymakers. Elena.
Yes, exactly. Access to expert support. This is the very special feature of the policy learning platform. This is really what makes the difference somehow. This is the group of services that is really tailored to your needs. What does it mean? We offer these services to public authorities when they have a specific challenge in their policy-making process on the ground. They can come and ask for help. And we provide this help in different forms. The common denominator is we try as much as possible to shape the content and the type of support according to the specific requests we receive from this single local or regional authority. We have peer reviews, we have matchmakings, we have policy help desk, and we will hear a little bit more about all of this in the coming minutes. Mark.
the policy help desk is probably the easiest and quickest of the services that you can access. You'll find a dedicated little form, a process on our website, and it enables you to ask any policy-related question to the thematic priorities of Interreg Europe, and you post them online, and we will identify within the thematic experts the person who is best able to provide, as Ellen has just said, a tailored response based on good practices from the database, policy documents that exist in our knowledge field, but also examples from the webinars, from previous peer reviews. But we can almost answer any question you've got related to our thematic areas. And normally, we give you a tailored response of a couple of pages within less than a week. So it really is a sort of proactive and reactive win-win solution for you. And we saw earlier in the statistics, and that Irvin shared with you all, how it's an important step on your policy learning journey. Because in the document we will provide, we will also give you suggested contacts who are perhaps dealing with similar issues. We can also propose online meetings as a follow-up, which can progress and migrate into other services. So it really is an easy first step to gather quickly, and someone else will do the work for you if you've asked a nice, easy question. And it's even better than ChatGPT, guaranteed, because you've got a smiling human being behind the service. So, as we say in France, you know, don't abuse it, but let's use it. Thank you.
Well,
also very easy to apply for is a matchmaking, same principle as what Mark just outlined for a help desk. You post a question via the portal and you request a matchmaking. This matchmaking is basically an intense 2-hour exchange with peers, which we can organize online or in relation to events also on site. So you get tailor-made input, for example, on cross-border tourism development, which you see here in the picture for Greek region. This had been taking place in Vittorio Veneto, if I'm not wrong, and it was Eric and Luc, maybe, who has been managing that. End of February, with my colleagues Magda and Katharina, we were also having matchmakings on flood prevention, drought and rainwater retention for the municipality of Turin in Italy, for Saint-Omer in France, and also for Sanski Most in Bosnia-Herzegovina. So these matchmakings are not very long events. They're taking just 2 hours, and they're more like an appetizer. Peer reviews give the opportunity to go in much more detail. Correct, Thorsten?
Yes, you're right, Astrid. You remember this morning also our keynote speakers, they already highlighted the peer reviews. Indeed, the service we launched together with the Hauts-de-France region back in autumn 2018. And now, today, we can say, yes, we have delivered, moderated, facilitated more than 100 peer reviews. The logic is always the same. You have your concrete local or regional development challenge, and you say, well, instead of reinventing the wheel, let us see what others are doing and let us connect with like-minded colleagues who may have good solutions, good practices, relevant to answer or to give answers to the very concrete challenges we are facing at our doorsteps. Peer reviews are not about 2 hours, but about 2 days on the spot where we exchange and we co-create. We co-create with the peers, the colleagues from other European regions, policy recommendations, answering the questions you have put on the table. But you see, the process is more. You could even say they are like small projects, but not financial support, but the moderation facilitation by our team is at the heart of the support. Yes, you have to submit an application, but promised, and I see some beneficiaries here. I hope you can all confirm it's 2 pages only, and we can also consult the draft in advance. And we have an active preparation phase where you explain in more detail your challenges, your stakeholders, your ecosystem, what you have already been doing. And together we find from our community the most relevant peers, policy policymakers for the journey on the spot, usually an opportunity to get local stakeholders engaged. And we also have an active follow-up to make sure the results, the recommendations are not only stored in archive. Mr. Tokarski this morning spoke about cake. If we briefly give two examples. Yes, so very recently, 3 weeks ago, we had the celebration. We celebrated our 100th peer review with proper cake. So we went to the north of Sweden, to Västernorrland. They were our host. Very briefly, we all know about the game-changing developments happening. And the north of Sweden, the north of Europe, realizing we are getting more and more important for the future of Europe, with raw materials, the energy transition, green energy production. But of course, the regions, they do not only want to be providers of cheap energy and raw materials, they want to see how, from those transformation processes, they can create regional value using their smart specialization strategies. Therefore, we teamed up with them. We spoke about European funding opportunities, about business support structures, and very importantly, closer cross-regional cooperation. So we brought the neighboring regions around the table. Critical mass is an issue in the north, sparsely populated areas, long distances. So to be relevant for the future of Europe, to team up across regional borders. And already mentioned during the plenary this morning, indeed, our work, resilience with the regions, the border regions most affected by Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine, the closure of borders, the suspension of programs, not to repeat the messages. But I know the initiator of the initiative, the colleague who approached us, he is with us. So I'm looking now for you, Witold Kielich from the Warmińsko-Mazurskie Voivodeship. Maybe you can briefly stand up.
What is he?
There he is. Because what is important, he said, okay, we have 200 kilometers of border with the Russian Federation, with Kaliningrad Oblast, and we are suffering, our companies, our tourism sector, our retail sector, everybody is suffering, but we know if we want to make our voice heard, and if we want to trigger change at all levels, European, national, regional levels, we need to team up with all the border regions. And indeed, during this project, we brought the regions, indeed, 19 local and regional authorities from Poland up to Norway together, jointly co-creating policy recommendations. They have completely new role, from gateways to gatekeepers. And we are happy to continue this policy learning journey with them in the weeks and months ahead. Well, now we have been talking about our 3 pillars: access to knowledge, access to people, access to expert support. Some beneficiaries you have already met, but let us ask you, webinars, workshops, peer reviews, matchmakings, maybe contributions to policy brief. Who was already involved in an activity of the policy learning platform? Please raise your hand and don't be shy. Interestingly, it's more to the left, the experienced colleagues, and the less experienced to the right. And we see we have newcomers in our plenary. So I think better than us, experienced community members, colleagues who have already experienced interregional learning, interregional collaboration, they can share much better what is the benefit, how they can get engaged. And therefore, it is now my pleasure to invite 2 of our experienced colleagues, and I have to say, yes, we told them in advance they might be called on stage. So I ask on stage Pavel Leiman here from Upper Silesia, from the development agency, the Accelerator for Commercial Enterprises. You can give him a proper applause. And Wieteke Wolterbeek, working for the province of Zeeland in the Netherlands. Wieteke, thank you for joining us.
Go down the middle. Exactly. We go here.
So Pavel, please remind our audience, in which activities of the policy learning platform have you already participated?
We have participated in 2 peer reviews, and we have some sessions with experts.
Okay. Maybe you can hand over the microphone to Wieteke. Same question to you, Wieteke. What is your experience with the platform?
We did a peer review, actually. Yes. And of course, community, networking with them.
So looking forward to hearing more, but first getting back to you, Mark and Pavel. Maybe Mark, to dive a bit deeper into Pavel's experience.
Yeah. I think that one of the messages you could perhaps share with the audience today is what do you sort of retain as a sort of good practice or lessons to share, having participated in a variety of different activities that the Policy Learning Platform has?
So we have focused on 2 issues. The first one was vouchers for SMEs, and the second was business academia collaboration, and which is the subject of our peer review and our further development of this problem.
Okay. You mentioned peer reviews. You've actually hosted 2 peer reviews. The first one was online during COVID. But just for the audience benefit, we can continue to deliver peer reviews online if that's the preferred choice. It wasn't during COVID. We had to do that. Later today, Pavel, you're going to tell us about the role of intermediaries in supporting regional policy implementation. But if we go back to the peer reviews, what were you able to achieve after the peer review, after the experts had come and shared their knowledge? What's the sort of journey that you were able to take after the peer reviews?
So the most important issue from the peer review was open innovation, collaboration, and sharing knowledge. And for us, the great problem was how to find a solution to connect a lot of institutions which we have in Silesian Voivodeship. We have institutes, universities, and it is in almost all Voivodeship, it's different situation than in Krakow Voivodeship in Lesser Poland. And we were inspired, yes, to find the platform to communicate. And I think that we have found an idea how to do this. And I am going to present it this afternoon. I think it should be interesting.
One other and last question from me. When we organize a peer review, we ask you to bring local stakeholders to come and share their own perspective. You never know what they're going to say, but you hope it will help the journey. How do the stakeholders that you've brought on board react into the process?
I think that the reaction was very positive because in the peer review took part a lot of university people, some people from Marshal Office, and some people from business. And now we communicate them what are we going to do, and they are interested in taking part in the next steps. So I think it's very positive.
Yeah. I think you highlighted a point there, the dialogue that's able to take place in a neutral setting. My colleague Arno will remember when we were running a peer review exactly on that theme in the Azores, where an SME was saying to the university, your technology transfer resources aren't perhaps as good as they could be. I'm not saying there was a fight, but there was a frank exchange of views, but it created the openness for the policy solutions to be made, and I think you've just highlighted that. So,
yes, I think this openness is really the most important issue. And when I took part in the meeting in Brno, it was very, very important for me as well. And then there I met a lot of experts, a lot of people who dealt with this problem, and they confirmed, yes, you must be open, you must collaborate, and I think that this is very difficult, but it's easy to say, cooperate. But how to do this?
Okay, well, thank you, Pavel. Maybe we can move on down to the green team, Astrid.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. Well, we have Witteke here with us. She comes from the beautiful province of Zeeland. It's located at the sea, and I always think it looks a little bit like Halkidiki in the north. So, Witteke, thank you for being with us and for being available to share your impressions about the policy learning platform. So, you participate very actively in the services of the policy learning platform. Can you share with us a little bit how this experience translates into your daily work? Can you give us some examples?
Yes, of course. Well, I work for the Europe team of my region, so cross-border and interregional cooperation is at the heart of my day-to-day work. But especially we are a maritime, but also a rural region. We don't have a lot of universities, research institutions, so we need to cooperate with other regions for this knowledge. And as we are a maritime region near the North Sea, water management is a very important topic for us. Because water is fluid, eh? It doesn't stop at the border, and we need solutions. So, yeah, we are using also peer reviews from other regions to gain knowledge and to keep our knowledge up to date. But also using the community. And the results we see from peer reviews from regions near the North Sea, we use them and we also spread the results in our own networks. For example, that we still have with the UK. That's not possible on a European level, but we as regions can still do that. We are neighbors. So yeah, we use the community a lot.
Thank you very much. And you also kindly send peers to help others, and we can still invite peers, for example, from the UK.
Yeah.
So very good example. And we're happy that you're using it, for example, for water management. However, in May last year, you asked as province also for a peer review to scale up bio-based materials for the construction sector and to stimulate demand in the province and abroad.
Yeah.
So you received some tailor-made feedback from peers from Belgium, the United Kingdom, Romania, Spain, and the Netherlands on this specific policy challenge. So today, what sort of impact and progress have you seen since the peer review?
Yeah, I want to touch upon 3 examples that we've reached after the peer review. So bio-based materials and circular materials in the construction industry. We as regional authority, we try to stimulate the building sector in our region because it creates a lot of CO2 pollution and nutrients. So when we do that in a circular and bio-based way, we can do it a bit better. So we developed an online tool where you can measure the bio-based and circular level of your building project. And there are lots of measuring tools already, but those are all for experts. So the tool that we are building is really an easy way for people who are starting to work in this way. So very user-friendly on the front side and very calculated on the end side. And we made the basis for this tool in an Interreg2Cs project, but really developing the tool together with the Spanish peer you found for us. And now the tool is finished in 2 months or so. So yeah, we did this with the peer that you found us. And then another thing, in our networks for circular building and bio-based building, we didn't have a lot of contact with the farmers yet. So the farmers who grow the crops that can be used in the building sector, like hemp, for example. So our UK peer expert that you found us really helped us to connect with the farmers and to really adopt them in the circular networks. And then one other thing I want to tell you. I was so impressed by the methodology of the peer reviews. In 2 days, you build a network and you get so much concrete results, really hands-on results that you can use. And I think it proves, because when we had the report of the peer review, and we published it on our LinkedIn, in really short amount of time, we got over 3,000 views and likes. from all over Europe. So yes, I was really impressed, and it also helped us to put this topic on a higher level on the agenda of our politicians. Yeah. So I really want to thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Your colleagues and you are working very hard to boost the bio-based construction economy, and there is a lot of support now also from the stakeholders. I'm also very impressed with the results that you have been mentioning, working with farmers, very difficult issue, developing a new online tool. So I hope personally I can come to Middelburg very soon again and to see a first new bio-based building and
you're always
witness
welcome.
your results.
Excellent, thank you. Thanks to both of you. So I think what we see, indeed, if all parties, what we call the hosts, the beneficiaries, the peers, the stakeholders, our team are committed, you have, if I can use this term, a very good cost-benefit ratio. Considering the time you invest, you can easily integrate matchmakings, peer reviews in your day-to-day work. But you get, if organized properly, for instance, getting key stakeholders around the table for the exercise, you can really trigger momentum and trigger closer collaboration, trigger new projects with such exercise. What we can still highlight from this slide, just to keep for 1 second, indeed, we have practice-proven methodology, but we also adapt to the local needs. What I did not say when showing the map, what is nice, not only do you have beneficiaries from north, south, east and west of Europe, but also public authorities of all sizes. Big regional ministries up to small municipalities with less than 3,000 inhabitants. And therefore we are always happy to adapt the methodology to the needs you have, stakeholder engagement, political decision makers, and as you can see, the temperature. So from -15 in northern Sweden up to 30 degrees in the outermost regions. Elena, can I ask you to join me again? Getting closer to the wrap-up of our session, I think we can briefly see, also looking at our online audience, indeed, if we have any questions. Yes, we have. Do experts use knowledge and best practices from other Interreg programs when advising via the platform services, or are they limited to the interregional strand?
So, well, we build, our experts build their support to policymakers mainly through Interreg Europe, because this is the main mission, of course, of the platform, is to build and to capitalize from Interreg Europe projects. But in fact, they go well beyond that as well, because indeed, in order to adapt to the needs, to the requests of the single public authorities to ask for help, of course, we also look into what exists out there beyond Interreg Europe. So yes, they can be called to look into other Interreg programs, but not only. Any source of information related to regional development policies is under the radar of our thematic experts.
Maybe what I can add, you do not have to be partner in an Interreg Europe project to feature your regional policy solutions, your good practices. So you go to the good practice database, you can submit your policy solution, will be checked, validated by our experts, which will also increase the visibility of your region. Maybe we take one more, Elena?
Sure.
Can matchmaking sessions lead to peer reviews?
Yes, of course. Yeah. The answer is pretty straightforward. Yes, it's not the case all the time, because these are two separate somehow activities. But we had cases in the past where by discussing with this matchmaking type of services, so this small group of policymakers exchanging over one or the other good practices, well, the beneficiary of the service wanted to go further and dive a little bit deeply into one or the other good practices that were discussed. And therefore, well, yes, then we have organized a peer review following this matchmaking session.
And if other questions are running through your head or were not answered now, you remember, now you got to know the team, we have our little stickers, hence lunch break, next coffee break, you can talk to us. But before closing the session and moving to the lunch break, Elena, we heard about the 3 pillars of the platform. 10 years of implementation experience, reflections from our community, from beneficiaries. Now, turning to you, what are your reflections?
All right. So, well, the main reflection is, of course, please do join the platform. The platform is open to anyone actually interested in regional development policies. By being an active member of the platform, you, of course, increase your knowledge, you expand your network, and you get free expertise from our thematic experts. This is what we call capacity building. And this continuous learning towards increasing your skills applies to all the stages of a policy lifetime and life cycle. You are policymakers, and policymakers are called to work on the policy life cycle throughout their professional path. So policymakers do work on designing policies, setting agendas, defining priorities for investment, decision-making. You, as policymaker, work on the implementation of the policies, creating specific measures to turn the strategy into real implementation actions. You also work on the monitoring and on the evaluation of those policies and the measures, the concrete measures put in place, because it's by looking and then maybe adjusting policy measures depending on the performance of the policy that you can take then informed decisions on whether or not to keep the same strategy, the same policy, or to change it, to adjust it. This is very, very simplified version of a policy life cycle. But you as policymaker, you know this very well. And we at the Policy Learning Platform can support you throughout this cycle. Wherever you stand now, today, in this policy life cycle, the Policy Learning Platform can support you with good ideas, thematic inputs and contacts to help you maybe perform better in your daily work. And this is also the spirit that we have decided to build our afternoon sessions on, because it's really by looking at the designing of policy, at the implementation phase, and then at the monitoring and evaluation phases, that you also get a taste of what the platform can do for you. And this is what we are going to do this afternoon. If you are interested in the design part of policies, then you can stay here in the main hall. From 2 to 5 p.m., we have organized several sessions where you will get to know different good practices coming from Interregional projects that focus on policy design from different thematic areas. If you're instead more interested in the implementation part of a policy, then the rendezvous is at the balcony area, first floor, well, mezzanine, I think it's called. Mm-hmm. And if instead you are looking into interesting practices on monitoring and evaluating policies, then the place to be is the Tram restaurant just outside this building. Now, looking a bit more in depth into the different sessions, because I think it's important before going for lunch that you have an idea of where you could go. Under policy design, well, this is basically a tour of Europe that we will do this afternoon. We have good practices coming from all corners of our continent. Under policy design, starting at 2, we will look into regional missions, taking the grand challenges at local level with a very interesting good practice coming from the Netherlands. This will be followed by strategic foresight, an interesting policy design method, well, applied in many corners of Europe, but in this case we will look into a Slovenian case. And we will close this part with instead looking at mobility policies and evidence-based and inclusive decision-making methodology elaborated in a region in Greece. Under policy implementation instead, we will kick off by looking at community-led local development and how local action groups work with the somehow bottom-up in the implementation of policies. And this happens again in the balcony with an interesting good practice coming from Romania. We will continue with Pavel and Mark, looking at the crucial role of intermediaries in the implementation of policies. so a Poland journey. And then we will finish this part at 4 with also a key element, communication, how policies and policymakers can better communicate to the final beneficiaries, actually, of the policy in order to perform better, to make sure that the policies perform better. This is interesting because we have 2 speakers, one coming from Italy and the other from Ukraine. So we will also open up with good practices coming from our new member states.
Excellent.
Last part, evaluation and monitoring, starting at 2, again, in the tram restaurant, looking at observatories as a mean to look at the performance of policies in place and to see to which extent they reach the objectives set. And in this case, we will focus on climate change. Again, a good practice coming from another region in Greece. We will continue with looking at well-being indicators and visiting France this time. And we will conclude at 4 with open data, another interesting approach to evaluating a public policy. And this time we will be in Ireland. So I hope you will have, food for thought, food for reflection, and especially food for inspiration at the end of this afternoon.
Excellent. Thank you, Elena. And this means actually, so based on your needs, your interests, you can start your policy learning journeys directly after the lunch break. So once again, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Astrid. And thank you, Viteke, Pavel, not only for your commitment to cooperation, but also for your efforts to turn the results of policy learning really into benefits for your region on the ground. Closing the session, I would like to welcome back Irma on stage.
And we come off.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
To Torsten, to you, and to all our experts for this very informative session about the policy learning platform services. Thank you very much.
I think we go. Pavel.
I think now we all, thanks to you all, we know our participant knows where to find the policy solutions, where to look for policy solutions, and they also know that the team of experts of the Interreg Euro Policy Learning Platform is there to support them.
Exactly, and without killing the good mood, I think it's time to say goodbye to our online audience before we turn to the lunch break. Right, Irma?
That's correct. Thank you very much to our online audience, and thank you very much for your really active participation. I hope that seeing what is happening here, you are motivated, and next year we will meet you in person in the next edition of Europe Let's Cooperate. It's really the event to be. The program for you will continue for another 10 minutes with our great online team.
Excellent. And very briefly, before we close, can you remind everybody once again what are the options for the afternoon, Irma?
The afternoon, which we will be starting at 2 o'clock sharp, offers several opportunities, and the program, you are designing your program yourself. First option is to attend the policy building sessions. Elena gave, I think, a very good advertisement on what to expect, and my sincere thanks to her because she found very interesting speakers and the topics to be presented in the 3 different areas at this venue. The second option you have is to join the networking tables. That's the initiative that comes bottom up. It's participants of our event who are suggesting the topics, proposing the topics, and offering other participants of the event to join. So many interesting discussions are happening, and on waterways, water energy, environmental policies, health living, renewable energy policies, just some to mention. We also have another option, another offer on the table to meet an expert. It's a possibility to book a 15 minutes time slot with a concrete expert to discuss your policy challenge individually. All the information and booking is available through our event website on the networking tab. The Interreg Europe Secretariat, the Policy Learning Platform team, will be waiting for you at the Tram restaurant in case you have any questions and want to have talks or ad hoc meetings. That's also possible. At the same area, at the Tram restaurant, we will also have our approved projects presenting activities. Some of them express the interest to present what they are doing, and it also can be a very valuable resource for inspiration. So I advise to check the program, the topics the projects are covering, and to join those sessions if you are interested. So this is, the option or the offer we have for the afternoon. A reminder that you can use your phones. You were using them this morning. So you can take the photos and share with the others using our hashtag social media. In case you are lost, no worries. We have an information desk at the back of this main hall and networking area where we had the registration desks. And here the colleagues can guide you or advise on the choice to make for this afternoon. So I'm sure that it's a wide palette of activities we are offering, so it's just for you to make a choice, and I'm sure you will have a great time. And together with Torsten, we will be back here at the stage at 5 o'clock for the celebratory moment and the cocktail.
But now it's time to continue your talks, to continue networking, to make new contacts, to enjoy the lunch, or as you say in Polish, smacznego. See you later.
Hi again, Julie. Hi, everybody. So we are now towards the end of Europe Let's Cooperate. And earlier I mentioned that we were going to learn about the next steps at the very end so that you can really know how to take advantage immediately of the policy learning platform. But what I didn't warn you is that we have a short quiz and we'll see how much time we have to fit in some of the last questions. So without further ado, we're going to launch our Slido.
Yes, so if you go to your Slido, you should see some questions coming up. And we want to know how well you were listening today, if you've got some of the questions right or wrong. What do you think, Hannah? Do you think that people were listening? Were they...
I hope you were listening, and I hope that you're going to get this first question right. So let's quickly try and do the first one. The first question that we have is, who is the policy learning platform mainly for? So we have number 1 for IT enthusiasts ready to program policy applications, 2 for policymakers from all 36 Interreg Europe countries, or 3 for businesses and researchers to get advice.
I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty hard question. Let's see what people got.
Okay, good job, everybody. Indeed, it is for policymakers from all 36 Interreg Europe countries. And now we do have a second question, and maybe we have time to quickly do the second question before we switch on to our next interview. Let's see. The second question is, how can people access the platform?
They did talk about this on stage. They said it repeatedly, so it would be interesting to see if people did get this right. And I want to give a shout out to Rania, who got the score right.
Person,
yes,
yeah.
the first question right.
But if the Slido doesn't launch immediately, what you can do instead of answering the Slido is find out how you can access all the services of the platform next, thanks to our next person who is going to be invited onto the online platform. And that is going to be Magda from the Interreg Europe program. So I think, Julie, that we're going to say goodbye to you, and bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And now we have Magda. and Ignastu, the coordinator of the Policy Learning Platform. So Magda, you've been with the Policy Learning Platform from day one, the very beginning. Can you tell us how long has that been?
That's a very nice question. Indeed, I was there day zero, we can say. I joined the Secretariat 13 years ago with one line on my tasks to set up a policy learning platform to exploit the results of the projects and open the program to everybody. And nothing else. Can you imagine? So a lot of brains came together. And as you said once, teamwork makes the dream work, right? And here we are now, 20,000 people, a very powerful community 10 years afterwards.
Yes, and so we've kind of been letting people know what the Policy Learning Platform is all about from this morning. And now, how can they take the next step and really benefit from the service?
Yes, some final words. I think I can name 5 steps that you can do immediately after. If you are not already a member of the community, I think that's the first step that you need to take. You create an account and then you have access to all our events registration, all our resources, all our expert support, all these amazing activities that our team has described for you this morning. The next step, second step, is to explore our good practices. We said that we have more than 3,000 good practices. They were tested by the regions. They were reported by the project to us. They were validated by our experts. You can certainly search by topic, by your region. You will find there such a source of inspiration. Third step, I would say, is to join us in the events. You've seen that we have every month online events, on-site events. It's an amazing way of networking, of learning, of increasing your skills. We have so many opportunities, so please join us, get on board. Fourth, I would say, indeed, start thinking about using the expert support. We have the matchmakings, we have the peer reviews. If you're a public organization and you need some expert feedback, you can apply for a peer review to host it in your region. If you would like a quick feedback from peers, you can also apply for a matchmaking. It's a short format, 2 hours. We can do it online. So it's a great opportunity. And last but not least, I would say just ask the experts. They are there for you, available for free for everybody. So just use it, as we said. Get on board.
Okay. And yeah, so those are the most important next steps. I think that it's going to be a really exciting opportunity for everybody to learn. As we discussed earlier with Elena from Italy, regions can really have concrete benefits from taking advantage of the Policy Learning Platform services. So thank you so much, Magda. And with
Thank you,
that,
Hannah.
I'm going to say bye to you, and you're going to say bye to the online people. And I am still just going to have a few last words. So again, thank you everybody so much for joining us online this morning. I hope that you enjoyed following our plenary sessions. I mostly hope that it was a really informative and educational experience for you. We are going to have a Slido soon where we're going to ask you for your feedback, so please take the time to fill that out. That helps us know what you enjoyed and also to prepare for next year's session. As I also mentioned earlier, I run the social media, so if you joined us this morning from afar, please don't hesitate to make a post about it, tag us on stories. I know I already saw one of our projects that did that, and I already reposted it, so I will do the same for anybody else who makes a post in the hopefully coming minutes or hours. And yes, so thank you again so much, and we look forward to working with you further. And also, please get in touch with the Policy Learning Platform, and you will definitely have a lot of opportunity to learn, get inspiration, and exchange with one another. So, okay, everybody, have a wonderful afternoon, and I'll see you next year or sooner.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you all.
We sit here and wait.
I hope you had a nice lunch break, sunny lunch break outside. So we're going to start the first session of the afternoon on the policy design
Wow, welcome back everybody. And it's great to again have full house, Irma.
Yes, I hope you enjoyed and you had a great time this afternoon. Torsten, what you were doing this afternoon?
Well, many activities, many insights. If I have to choose one, I supported our colleagues Arnaud and Marc in session on regional missions. Very interesting insights how regional missions allow you to change the way you work with stakeholders and how you can use ERDF in different way to invest in innovation. Very inspiring.
That sounds very interesting. The sessions, and I heard nice feedback from our participants that they really enjoyed some tips, the experts, and also the people that invited that gave to them. Good news for the ones that were eager to attend the sessions on the policy, for the sessions that happened in the main hall on the policy design. Those sessions were recorded and all recordings will be available on our website. So if you missed that, if you want to check, you can check the recording.
I know, Irma, you were not here in the main hall. What have you been doing this afternoon?
Me, I was rehearsing, hanging around, talking with the people, and I also went to the tram restaurant where projects were presenting, and was really interesting and inspiring. There I met Marta, who is from West Moperania region, close to Germany, and she's in the project called Green for Heat, and she was telling that she's very busy now and was presenting a good practice that will be soon submitted in our good practice database. And now listen, what is the inspiration on what is the good practice about? The region has a new public building which was constructed using European Union's funds. It's the building that produces more energy than it can consume, so that it can give to the other buildings. And it's a good practice and inspiration, and many other project partners that are in this project, they think that they can put similar solutions to the other countries.
So looking forward to receiving this good practice for review by our experts.
And even more, I heard there are projects mostly on green, working also on how to improve the solutions, making the last mile, how to deliver the goods in the cities as green as possible to reduce the low carbon footprint, and exchanging the good practices between different countries and getting inspiration. So it's really a lot on many things and interactions happening.
Okay, but let's not only talk about our experiences, let us ask our audience.
That's a very good idea. A question to you, to let us know how did you experience this afternoon? Who managed to make a new and valuable contact this afternoon? Please raise your hands. Great,
very
me
good.
too, me
Yes.
too, I'm also, okay.
And who felt inspired? So who discovered an inspiring policy solution, policy idea?
Oh, I see Commission and representatives from the ministry. They got inspired because they had a very interesting study visit this afternoon. They went to the Energy Center, where some of our participants will be going tomorrow. And my question, the last question from my side, you know that experts were wearing pins. Who managed to talk with our thematic expert in the networking area, or maybe after the thematic workshop? Great. Great. The experts are also there tomorrow, and you can continue your activities. The reminder for the ones who are with us tomorrow that the study visits are, the meeting point is here at the venue at 9:15, and don't be late for the thematic sessions. They are starting at 9:30. If you do not remember to what you signed for, you just take your badge, turn the second side, and you check, and you will know what is the activity you have for tomorrow's agenda.
Now everybody is thinking, for what have I signed up tomorrow? But before we close today, of course, as we said, Irma, we have to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Policy Learning Platform. And I can already tell you, I know we have more stories of community engagement to share.
It's true. It's time to reflect on the journey, the policy learning journey we have made during those 10 years. And I would like to invite all of us to watch a video showing and highlighting some of the moments. Let's watch the screen.
As the second pillar or leg of the Interreg Europe program, the Policy Learning Platform offers different services, in particular for regions which may not have the possibility to participate in Interreg-funded projects.
We think that our meetings show us the best practice which are real acting in European community, and we'll try to improve this practice in our circumstances, in our region.
We are full of happiness right now, so we're just looking forward to getting back and sharing this with our colleagues. So, if possible, we'll definitely do it again in the future.
We can share different experience because every country has a different needs, a different situation, different politics, different citizen.
I hope that I would gain something from the other peers participating in the process for myself, for my colleagues to distribute, and also to my organization. And I can say that I'm not disappointed at all. Yeah.
In this kind of meeting, this is interesting to have all the presentations so that we can see in detail the local issues with key numbers, indicators.
We had some great 4 sessions. We learned a lot of new stuff, new ideas.
I think it's a very great opportunity to share your projects, to share your ideas and solutions, to gain some knowledge from your peers, and also to get interesting feedback from other people.
And it was absolutely beyond our wildest expectation. And we came out now, as you can see from the enthusiasm I have, with a lot of ideas on how to improve our policies and also to improve our work.
Irma, can I have one personal remark just between the two of us? Looking at the first...
to the ear?
Yes, looking at this first sequence. This was taken at our peer review pilot in Hauts-de-France in 2018. We're looking at my hair, I think time flies, let's put it this way. And, well, I had to smile. And of course, the work we are doing, we can also experience the little cultural differences we have in Europe. I mean, you are from the Baltic states, Irma.
True.
We had an Estonian colleague saying, well, I was not disappointed at all. I think we can take as an acknowledgement, we cannot expect more, right?
I confirm, and I could see that in this video we saw also, and I could feel a lot of power, a lot of excitement, and I think this is what we all are doing here.
And talking about excitement and inspiration, you know, we have invited community members to share their stories, their experiences with us.
I know, and I also know that you are very, very, very eager to share those stories, and we all are looking forward to hear them. But before we do that, you know what? There is one person that must be on this stage tonight, and it's a very dear colleague of mine. I would like to invite Magda Nagnosto, who is the coordinator of the Policy Learning Platform. Magda.
Yes.
You must be on this stage. And you know what? You are with the policy learning platform for more than 10 years. You are the person who put your brains and your heart into this project. And I want to ask you, how do you feel about it?
A lot of feelings, indeed. I was one of the people that started the fire together with my colleagues here. And my journey, indeed, started 13 years ago. I still remember my younger me, that I was hired at the Secretariat, and I had the task on my desk to set up a policy learning platform to capitalize on projects and open up the program benefits. That was it. Dot. Nothing else. Empty pages. Can you imagine? and then the magic started. We started putting all our brains together, and as a colleague says, teamwork makes the dream work. This is what happened. Here we are, 10 years afterwards, with 20,000 people, a powerful idea that became a powerful living community. A lot of numbers come through my head: 100 peer reviews, 500 peers, 3,000 good practices, 500 publications, 300 events, 3,000 beneficiaries. It's incredible, and they are very impressive numbers. But of course, what is most important, it's not the numbers, it's what lies behind them, and behind them there are people with stories. And that's the biggest achievement for me, for the Policy Learning Platform, that we have people passionate about cooperation. And we are eager to hear the stories. Thank you.
Magda, but before that, I think you deserve big applause for this work you did.
So, wait, Magda.
No, you don't leave.
Yes.
No, because I know you are looking to hear the stories, but I am in the same situation like you. So you take me together with you. I leave the microphone to Torsten. We take comfortable seats and we listen to those stories of the community, of the people that are with us, that were with us during those 10 years.
I only have to say, Magda, I mean, colleagues, when you're talking about your age, I know I'm walking on very thin ice. Magda, we offer learning, we keep on learning, keep on developing, so we get wiser every day. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, so if we celebrate the platform today, we celebrate the community, or as Magda said, the power of the community. We already had two colleagues on stage earlier today. And as examples for the many active members in our community, policymakers at all levels, we would like to feature their stories, as you will hear and as you will see, very different ways how you can get engaged in interregional policy learning. So I will call up my colleagues one by one with short introduction. The first one, if you have to describe her professional pathway in 2 words, would be cooperation and sustainability. So for more than 30 years already, she has been passionate about European cooperation and sustainable development. In 2023, she was the executive director of the European Green Capital Initiative. The city of Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, was the Green Capital of Europe in 2023. So now we already know where she's from. But this responsibility did not hold her back from hosting an interregional peer review in September 2023 on sustainability governance. Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome on stage Krista Campus from the city of Tallinn. Krista, join me, please. Krista, I have to say I'm particularly glad you're here today, because I know tomorrow you will be welcoming, and I'm looking at Mr. Tokarski now, a delegation from DG Regio in Tallinn. We will take a very late flight back to Tallinn. So thanks again for being with us today. I mentioned the peer review we were hosting with you in your city with your colleagues. Sustainability governance, not an easy project to anchor sustainability horizontally in all departments, levels of the city administration. I would like to quote you. You said after the peer review, again, quote, Torsten, this was one of our best experiences with European programs ever. And we know you have perennial experience in European programs. So, of course, we will not oppose your positive feedback, but you have to tell us, elaborate a bit, why you perceive this peer review as very valuable.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, this experience wasn't bad at all.
That's the Estonian way, right?
But why? Number one, and I think I would like to highlight this, is that we are living in time of crisis. Those crises are constant, they are happening all the time, they are happening in parallel, and they are very complex. And those crises need very flexible and fast responses. And I think that when it comes to Interreg Europe peer learning approach, then actually this provides us this fast possibility for fast solutions and fast learning. For maybe longer process, but at least it is flexible, it is tailor-made, it is very warm, very collegial, and most important is that we don't have to focus on this kind of technical project management things, application, reporting, all of that is not there, and we can focus really on substance, we can focus on finding solutions, working with peer, working with experts and other cities to find solutions for our challenges. So I think that is very important element. The second is that at least my experience was that, and you mentioned that actually this morning as well, that Interreg is not only about funding and money, it is about bringing together people and learning from each other. And my experience with our peer learning process was that it was kind of mutual, like two ways approach. It wasn't only that we learned from our peers and experts, but we also get very valuable feedback from them. They said that we are on the right track. There is even something they can learn from us. So actually it was like a win-win situation. And I think that times like now, we are living right now, we really need much more flexibility, much more tailor-made approaches, and much more focusing on substance rather than bureaucracy and technical project management. And peer learning platform provides all of that.
Thank you, Krista. This is, of course, also an acknowledgement for the work done by the team. But let us look indeed at the results of such exercise. I mean, we said this morning, Anne Wetzel from Eau de France, she said, today cooperation is more important than ever. And you in Estonia, you have long, painful history with your eastern neighbor, so for sure we agree. But we also have to look at the practical value of such a policy learning journey for your day-to-day work. And we already mentioned earlier, we have an evaluation method for the peer reviews. So we call our beneficiaries again, not for an audit, but in an open exchange to hear about the follow-up, the results. And I was impressed. You told us, yes, we have launched a pilot project with our environmental department. We have introduced new assessment methodology for investments done by the city, and the peer review contributed also to a strategy paper on citizens' engagement. And you know, I asked you twice, was this really triggered by the peer review? You said yes. So my question is, what maybe also a bit as advice to beneficiaries, peer review hosts, what is crucial if you want to make sure the results of policy learning are not only stored in archive, but actually indeed lead to better policies, better policy making?
Yes, of course. I mean, better policies are very important, but precondition for that is the mindset of the whole organization. That people understand why they are there, what they are doing, what we want to achieve. And of course, our goal was very ambitious. We wanted really to modernize our governance in the city of Tallinn. And we not only like climate governance or mobility governance, but the whole governance of the city, how we are working together, how we are engaging our citizens, how we are communicating, what are our targets and indicators, what is our monitoring system. So we basically focused on all of that. I think there are three main preconditions when it comes to kind of securing continuity. Number one is that you need passionate colleagues. And passion is very, very important word, because without passion, nothing happens. Without passion, bureaucracy happens. But change is not happening if you are not passionate about what you're doing. So what we did was that we created a network of sustainability ambassadors in the city. Kind of they are serving as change makers in the city organization, but also we created a network of green ambassadors outside of the city organization in order to engage people and experts outside from the city, also supporting us. So this is very important, because alone you are not able to do anything. You really need passionate people who understand why this change is important, why it is necessary, and who are ready to contribute and work for this. That is number one. Number two, it's very important that you have this bottom-up support, or at least that political leadership is not hindering what you are doing. At least that they are neutral. In our case, luckily, it was also political agenda, so we got a lot of support from bottom up as well, or top down as well. And third element, I think what is also very important is that you need like tools and processes in place. For example, we have now in the city of Tallinn sustainability coordinator, who is in charge of securing that all what we have elaborated as Tallinn sustainability model, all that we have described in this document, will be implemented. Number two is that we also have training programs.
Yes.
Number three is that we have also leadership forums. We have citizens forums. We have Sustainable Tallinn podcast. We have a lot of different things, as you mentioned already, that we have also ex-ante impact assessment tool in order to assess all our investments and development activities against of all sustainable development goals. So we have policy tools, policy processes in place, and we are also people who are working for it. And I think these are very, very important in order to securing follow-up implementation of your plans.
Well, I'm sure you have many nodding heads in the audience, and thank you for being such committed and passionate colleague in our community. Christa Campos.
Thank you.
And also the next colleague I would like to invite on stage. She is passionate, I know that. She's passionate about CCIs, cultural and creative industries. So for 20 years already, for more than 20 years, she has been supporting the development of her autonomous region, the region of Friuli, Venezia Giulia in Italy. She's the head of legal, financial and EU affairs in the Department of Culture. And I know she is excellent in promoting our peer review service. Elena Mengotti, please join me on stage. I saw some similarities, right? So in your case, I have to say welcome back, because some of you may remember last year in Antwerp, we had you on stage sharing your platform experience, your Interreg Europe experience, and you were not passive afterwards. I know you promoted the policy learning platform to European partner regions, partner cities, triggered interest. So now, I have a bit more challenging task for you. As you are an excellent ambassador for us, and we saw this morning we have many newcomers in the room. If we give you 1 minute, how would you sell the peer review service to a newcomer?
Well, thank you so much for this task. Well, hello everyone, I'm the Policy Learning Platform. Are you involved in your daily work in policy making? Are you close to policymakers? Do you need a quick advice on how to face a challenge? Well, the Policy Platform is at your service. We can offer you a database of good practices on how to solve an issue or introduce a new policy. We can offer you a policy help desk where you can find solutions already adopted in other countries. We can offer peer reviews, and these are very skilled experts, I must admit, and I knew many of them, that come to your city and help you focus on your issue and solve it, telling you about their experience. Or we can organize a very quick matchmaking with other experts coming from other countries, explaining you their experience. And then are you alone in your office facing problems or wanting to find a new policy adopted or learning more about a topic? Well, we have our online workshops that you can follow very easily, very quickly. So everything is simple. I hope you will enjoy.
Woo. And we did not pay Elena for this task. Now I'm looking
I'm a seller.
I'm looking at Magda, if I can recruit her. Indeed, you participated as peer in a peer review for the city of Amiens in France. Surprise, surprise, on cultural and creative industries. But the point briefly mentioned by Christa, this is of course not only about the peers sharing their experience with the host, but this is about win-win learning. So my second question is, what did you bring home to your region after the peer review in Amiens?
Well, I was in Amiens with other experts coming from Austria and from the city of Bologna. And I learned two main things. One from the city of Amiens, which is around 130,000 inhabitants, so a city very similar to some cities in our region. For instance, Trieste, Udine, Pordenone. And so I learned that even not big cities can quickly identify the correct stakeholders to be involved in a policy making or in a policy change. About CCIs, I learned from them the good stakeholders that were together with us during the peer review, which is really important. This is one thing that I learned from them. And another thing I learned from the city of Bologna, my colleague, which is in Italy like me, and as you know, in Italy, sometimes legal issues are important for us, that they applied a very simple form of public and private partnership in cultural events and cultural initiatives. And so since I manage a project, an Interregional project about CCIs, I learned from them this PPP scheme, and now I'm applying it in our pilot action of Cherry project in Inter-Europe. So these are two main things I learned from them.
Amazing. And this is, I think, what cooperation is all about. Thank you, Elena, for being such great community member and ambassador for our platform.
Thank you all.
The next colleague I would like to invite can combine his technical knowledge about manufacturing technologies with perennial business management expertise. He's a director of the Penn Business Network and was the founder of the MLET lab supporting digitalization of companies. So for sure in his home city, his home region of Szombathely in Hungary, he's one of the key innovation drivers. and he knows Interreg Europe inside out. Balázs Bátor, please join me. We get wiser and wiser, right? Welcome, Balázs. Balázs, I know you're working with Innovation Labs. We had peer review on the Åland Islands. So for those who do not know, autonomous region belonging to Finland between the mainlands of Sweden and Finland. I think we can agree not the easiest place to reach, and even more in January. And in the same week, you had an international conference in Milan. But still you said, Torsten, I will join you together with Luc and Mart, our experts, our colleagues. I will join you on the Åland Islands. So sometimes I'm wondering, your day must have 36 hours, right? But tell us, what fuels this commitment and dedication to cooperation?
I still remember when I received the email from you. I hope my wife is not listening online. I was driving and I said, oh, Torsten wrote me an email. I'm so excited. And I looked at it very quickly and it said, come and visit with us Cayman Islands. I said, oh, Cayman Islands, that's great. So I replied quickly, yes, okay, I go. No, actually, I knew it was about Finland visit, but what was interesting for us, I was also a victim of peer review. I was not provider of peer review. And once I received it, it was so important for me because I know most of you have the same feeling that when we are in a local community, somewhat high, as Torsten said, we are a kind of change agents. And as Krista said, we need passion. And when we want to drive change, we need a lot of energy. And you know, people are very nice to us, but most of the time they are happy when you fail. Yeah? And then you keep on working and you keep on trying to convince them to come with you on a way. And it's sometimes very frustrating and not so easy. I remember in Ghent when we had a presentation from a Portuguese gentleman, and he said, this is what I achieved. And everyone applauded, and it's amazing. And he did that in 10 years. For 10 consecutive years, he was working on the subject of improving his region. And when I received peer review partners from 6 regions from all around Europe, it was such a big help. And then I said, okay, if I receive this energy, what I have to do is I have to give it back as well. And of course, I was happy to go there and try to give as much knowledge as possible. And what is also very personal, that when you go there, you want to give value. And you feel a bit frustrated or nervous, am I able to give value to them? So it's not such an easy process. You try to prepare beforehand properly to give them the satisfaction they are expecting. And previously in the session, it was Pavel on stage from Poland. And we met in the COVID era online. And we got connected, and we identified also areas where we could cooperate. And I'm so happy that now with Pavel organizations, we are working together in the last 2 years and the coming 1 year as well. So it gives a lot of values, personally and organization-wise.
Thank you, Balázs. And this also confirms the importance of preparing those peer reviews, or in general those policy exchanges properly. Briefly asking, you have been in Interreg Europe for many, many years, many projects now, many activities of the platform. Maybe also as an advice to us, what would you say, how can we best ensure complementarity between the 2 program pillars, the work of the project and the activities of the platform?
I think I would be very arrogant if I say that that's the way you should improve. Yeah? But I would put it in another perspective, that what is very important, that when we work on projects, it has a lot of normal administrative, legal, technicalities that we have to go through, and sometimes the content is very hard to overcome through that. And with the thematic forums, with the peer reviews, with the data sets, and with the meeting opportunities, it's only purely about the content. And it's such a big value that, for example, when we worked on internationalization, how we help SMEs go international, and we made research among 100 companies, then we could connect it with other research databases, and it was so insightful that we could learn so much from that. So it's an incredible value of the program.
Thank you, Balázs. Please keep your commitment, and I promised next peer review in the north will be in summer. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Well, we heard this morning from our keynote speakers, indeed, we had historical moment last year extending the program geography. Among others, getting North Macedonia involved, a new member of our Interreg Europe family. Therefore, we decided to organize dedicated events, capacity building events in the new partner states. And the colleague I would like to invite on stage, she was the first one saying yes. Such event I would like to host in my country, in North Macedonia. In her country, she's responsible for supporting business internationalization and innovation. She's an advisor at the Industrial Policy Unit of the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Welcome, Jasmina. I can say also for many members of our team, it was the first visit to Skopje. It was very interesting. Tell us, now you were already involved in several activities of the policy learning platform. What would you say to your colleagues, maybe the colleagues in the other new partner states, or any city and region in Europe, why should they invest in hosting such event?
So first, congratulations for the 10th anniversary. So it's very important that you confirm that knowledge and expertise are valid forever. I would like to share our experience with Interreg Europe and Policy Learning Platform, because from Antwerp till now we have organized already 3 events in the country. So in Antwerp I have first met Ms. Elena Ferrario. So she was the first person that opened the window and opportunities from the Policy Learning Platform, but very soon we have met all these nice experts like Mark, then Arno, Nicolas and Vladimir, and it was a discussion how to support implementation of the smart specialization strategy, because we have adopted the document in December 2024. So all these challenges, how to create innovative ecosystem, how to stimulate academia business collaboration, were essential for the implementation. First event, capacity building event in Skopje, was for strengthening academia business collaboration. We had the opportunity to hear experience from Bulgaria, from Czech Republic, from Hungary, from Italy, and from the Interreg Europe experts. So it was really very, very useful in order to understand the challenges in front of us. The next event, it was actually matchmaking. It was initiated by the Council for Science and Research, because they were developing the program that should be adopted by the Parliament. So they wanted to discuss with the experts from Slovenia, Netherlands, and from Lithuania how to align it with the EU and regional, with the EU national policies, with the EU innovation and research targets. So what can I suggest to my colleagues from the other countries is that this is a really knowledge hub, expertise hub, that can give very easily support on the dilemmas and challenges that are in front of us. So it's very easy and it's very high quality, so it opened many, many new opportunities for us and many, many new discussions in the country, and also increased the knowledge.
Yes. The first event, if I'm not mistaken, was on thriving innovation ecosystems, and you already mentioned the importance of industry-university collaboration. So beyond the value of European-wide exchange, what was the value for engaging local, regional, national stakeholders, which of course is key for an innovation ecosystem?
So as we know in the smart specialization strategy, so it is place-based innovation document. That means that there is a very big importance of every stakeholder in the local level, on the national level. So increasing the knowledge, the skills, the collaboration, it is essential for success of all of us in order to be more competitive and in order to face all these challenges that we are facing similar in all countries. So I think that on the events, on what we have organized, there were representatives from all these stakeholders, from the quadruple helix. So everybody had an opportunity to hear, to discuss, to intervene, and to ask in order to strengthen their knowledge by themselves. So I usually like the proverb, walk the walk, talk the talk. So if we walk together, we can be faster, we can go further. So let's talk about it, because this is very, very important, like policy answers and policy platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmina, and let us continue walking together. So now we move, we stay in the south of Europe, move a bit further west. Colleague I would like to invite is an experienced implementation manager working with waste management, resource efficiency, with environmental management. He wrote his PhD about optimizing biodegradable household waste on European islands, and we can assume he's from an island. He's from the member state of Malta, and at the moment he is the team manager for operations at the Environmental and Resource Authority. Welcome, Clyde Falson-Buffet. We have to speed up a bit. So Clyde, you have both. You have practical policy implementation experience and a broad yet deep academic knowledge. So what would you say, what we are doing here, learning from each other in Europe, how can this contribute both to individual learning and organizational learning? Come close, I will not bite you.
Yes, one do not realize the potential of a peer review event until you get the taste of it. And I am a victim to that. And I say why. A peer review, in the way I see it, is a tripartite event where you have the entity requesting the peer review event in itself, you have the thematic experts, and the team of peers. And the knowledge transfer is there between these three parties, in the sense that the team requesting the peer review gives you the case study, the area in which you need to brainstorm. I can be an expert in any sector, but I do not realize that particular situation, and therefore I have to adapt my knowledge myself. And for me, that's a learning experience in itself. Then you have the thematic experts who set the scene, assist the meetings to make it easy for everyone to share his knowledge and experience. And then us peers learn from each other, because I, as a peer, give my solution to that situation. But I also learn from the other peers, and I go there with a number of other solutions apart from the ones that I've presented. And that makes it difficult for me to reject an invitation for a peer review, because I know that I will give something, but I will return back with something else.
Exactly, and in your case, this always means traveling far, because even your closest neighbors are hundreds of kilometers away.
Yes.
So what is your particular motivation then to participate regularly and to make this effort of traveling across Europe?
We, as Maltese, like any other European country, need to fulfill European Union directives and targets. And in my opinion, we successfully reached certain areas in which we managed to nail them out, to be fair. And I can mention two examples in which I was a peer. For example, the introduction of food waste collections from each town in Malta to a national level in a relatively short and successful time period, and the way how we transform transformed our landfills and dump sites into public areas. This was assisted also due to other collaboration, an Interreg Europe project, Cocoon, and in which we discussed this in detail. And if I'm not mistaken, my first peer review invitation was following this project. At one point, we were even like three project partners during a peer review. And for me, I also requested assistance through the webpage of the policy learning platform, and I reached the targets I was looking for. So it's a win-win situation.
I think this also confirms the leverage effect we are having in Interreg Europe. So the knowledge of the project, not only benefiting the project partners, but in the spirit of capitalization, then being spread via the policy learning platform to more cities and regions in Europe.
The fact that it is easy to access and easy to disseminate encourages people to use it more frequently. It would be waste if we do not use it.
Thank you, Clyde, and please keep working for us in the rest of Europe, looking for Malta. Thanks again for being such a committed member.
Thank you for the invitation.
And I know everybody's already waiting for the cocktail, but one colleague I still have to invite. Last but not least, I think I can say he has innovation and smart specialization in his blood. Working for the Northern Netherlands Alliance, yes, he already brings the idea of cross-regional, interregional collaboration to life in his day-to-day work, and now looking at the Commission, and he's not hesitant to experiment with ERDF, innovative ways investing the ERDF in innovation, which is not always an easy task. So Luc Hulsman from the Northern Netherlands Alliance. Luc, please join me here. Somehow I have the feeling, look, we meet every second or third week, right? Recently he joined our 100th peer review in Sweden. And look, you're also featured in one of our promotional videos. And you are saying, well, the peer reviews, or in general, policy learning, is not about showing off. It is rather the opposite. Can you tell our audience, many newcomers, what do you mean?
Yeah, what I meant by that, I think it's a kind of natural tendency of people to present themselves in the best possible way. And this counts for our work as well. We like to talk about successes, we like to talk about what went well. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong to share your successes. In fact, it's even one of the cornerstones of Interreg Europe, sharing best practices and learn from other regions, from other people. But my view if you really want to improve, if you really want to tackle complex issues, you not only, I think, need to be aware of your own weaknesses, you need to be aware of the areas where you can improve, but you also need to be willing to share that and to be open about that with others. And I think the peer review Interreg Europe policy learning platform peer reviews are a perfect occasion for that. Because what you do is you create a kind of safe environment where everyone feels free to be open. But as well, and this is, I think, a very important factor as well, you have the possibility to have in-depth discussions, to really go to the bottom of things. And like you said, we were in Sweden, what was it, 3 weeks ago? It was the 100 peer review, 10 years of peer review, and we had a short chat about that there. And I remember I said something to you like, 100 peer reviews. I can imagine that at one moment the question will come to you, can you still handle this? Don't we need to make it a bit more efficient? And I already gave some kind of an answer to you. Please, don't make it simpler. Don't shorten it, because this possibility to have these in-depth discussions, for me, is key to the success of these peer reviews.
Thank you for sharing, Luc. No, we will not touch the methodology, only for making the methodology better, but not superficial. Very quickly, we often say the policy learning platform can be an entry door to European cooperation. We heard it's not no administrative burden, easily accessible, but maybe paves the ground for long-term European partnerships. What is your experience?
My experience, and I think you and everyone here will agree with me, that an important success factor in any collaboration is trust. You need to have trust in the people in the organization you collaborate with. And if you don't know each other, building trust is not something what happens overnight. You really need to build it, and you need to take the time for it. And I think participating in Interreg Europe projects for us and for me has been really a way to build trust and to build on long-term relationships. In the afternoon, I had the opportunity to talk about the Horizon Europe project we are engaged in. 19 partners from 9 different regions, and they started an initiative of 3 regions, Navarra, North Middle Sweden, and the Northern Netherlands. And these are regions, they have been collaborating already for several years. We know each other, we trust each other, and this is kind of the result of a process that started several years ago, among others, by participating in Interreg Europe projects together.
Well, I could say these could be perfect concluding remarks for today, but we are not there yet. Thank you, Luc, for being such a committed member and for constantly improving and experimenting with new policies. Thank you. So indeed, inspiring stories, and as you could see, dear colleagues, different ways of getting engaged, always with the mantra of win-win. Well, I would even take the risk of saying, you, the community, you are the heart and soul of our program. You drive the policy changes we need in those difficult times. But now I would like to welcome back Irma on stage.
I am coming back, Torsten, and I think I have to thank you for this a beautiful presentation, the show. It was really nice to hear the stories from our community, a lot of excitement, at least me. I took also some tips on what to do to be open, and it's amazing. I mean, the challenges you gave, I have already a script for the next promotional video for the policy learning platform. Thank you very much to our great, committed community members. You are really an inspiring example to all of us. With this, you know what? I feel there is something missing, and I would like to invite on the stage our dear director, Erwin Siveris.
You come in the middle, Erwin.
Yes.
Between the two of us.
And you get the microphone. Look, you listen to those nice stories of our community. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, a very long day, a very inspiring day. I have to say, and I'm happy to say, thank you. Thank you, Torsten, for presenting these 6 inspiring examples, appointing 6 passionate new ambassadors of the Interreg Europe program and the policy learning platform. And 10 years of policy learning platform, I remember well the day when the monitoring committee asked the secretariat to set up the policy learning platform. And it was a rocky way to fulfill the mission. Magda was already presented, drafted the terms of reference, Torsten joined the team, and then it was an up and down, and finally an up. And I think I have to thank all of the team members which are involved. I like to mention especially the experts, You saw all of them today who are dedicated in the themes, working with the regions, working with the municipalities, delivering their tasks. I would like to mention the management team around Torsten, being in Lille, helping the experts, doing together with the Secretariat all the activities which were presented today. I would like to mention the people responsible on the Secretariat side for the Policy Learning Platform. I mentioned already Magda, but also Nico. But of course, we have also the policy officers who support, again, the experts in finding the projects, identifying the good examples which we have in our more than 260 projects in Europe, helping them using these examples. Of course, the financial officer, without finances, nothing goes, taking care that all this is well financed. I'd like to thank Irma and the communication team, especially for today and tomorrow, for setting up this event. And and of course, I would like to thank the point of contacts, the monitoring committee members which are here, who are doing their part in their countries to motivate regions, municipalities, organizations to engage in Interreg Europe, in the policy learning platform, to share and use experience from other regions. And of course, I would like to thank all of you being here, listening to the message, then further transferring the message, and hopefully engaging in Interreg Europe soon or in the coming months and years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erwin.
Well, again, you may say, well, these were perfect concluding remarks. But now I'm looking again at our 6 examples for commitment, community engagement. Krista, Elena, Balash, Jasmina, Clyde, Luc, you're not done yet. Please join me again on stage. So, of course, we did our best to prepare this event well, but we also do not have to tell everything in advance. Irma.
Yes, but for this something what we are waiting, again, something else is missing from my side. I would like to invite 2 more important people on this stage, Mr. Konrad Wojnarowski and Mr. Slavomir Tokarski. Please join us.
So, what is happening? Well, no longer speeches, no worries, but we do not want to miss the opportunity, as we said, the power of the community. The community is the heart and soul of Interreg Europe. And as examples for the many active members we have, we wanted to take the opportunity of our event here in Krakow to say thank you on behalf of all of us. Thank you for such great commitment using cooperation to make better policies in Europe. Once again, an applause for our 6 colleagues.
Yes, you can. Yes, from Luke.
Stay from this one.
Yes. You can shake hands. You can also say congratulations. Later.
me saying this key message, right?
I will say what a moment we have just shared. Then you will say the key message, and then I will say thank you, and then celebration.
Okay.
What a moment we have just shared.
Of course, it's not only about our 6 colleagues up here in those challenging times with evolving challenges. We need everybody. So please join us, join the community.
Thank you to all of you for being part of this policy learning platform journey together with Interreg Europe and responding to our invitation to cooperate. Thank you very much. It's time to
celebrate! So let's enjoy the evening together. Thanks again and enjoy the evening with us.
Have a nice networking cocktail.